I'll be back 1 second.
Yep. I wonder if there's any sort of like I gonna say power outage monitor. I mean, I know here in the US we have power outage at US, but I don't know if Mexico is anything like that. Because I would assume that most. What? Oh, oh, that's interesting.
No.
Oh,
Really
sorry.
not. Medium gray, you good? That's called.
I'd say one. Oh, 165 is reasonable, although honestly 170 might not be that bad either. Yeah, I don't know why we can't use 170. Like, yeah. Oh, he said he was like going to get something or something. Yeah. Oh, not good. I'd say it's probably 15 to 20 feet. I don't know if that's, but just the way that the Acapulco Bay is shaped, like it's gonna funnel the water.
My bad, they cannot hear me. Oops. Whoa, okay, we're having lots of viewers. Okay. So yeah, Hurricane Otis has made landfall over near Acapulco. Sorry, I was muted, guys. The what my personal estimate was 175 mile an hour peak, 165 mile an hour landfall. Mainly with the storm, it is striking just west of Acapulco, which means the worst storm surge is hitting land. It's wish I could get this to load properly where there's no lag on Zoom Earth. Maybe this will work now. If I can get my drawing tool together. Hopefully soon. Okay, no, it's not cooperating with me. Okay. Well, basically, in these kinds of situations, the storm surge rushes from the. Am I not going to be able to use my drawing tool at all? Oh, come on. Alright. Alright,
Right, you
so
said you wanted
basic.
my analysis on the call. Did you?
What?
You said you wanted my analysis.
Yes, yeah, yeah, yeah. What is your analysis on its peak and landfall?
Okay, so what happens with so off-white eyes and CMG embeds? They're typically actually popularly renowned to not be sufficient enough for a Category 5 status
Yeah,
unless it's like more explicit. Um, generally, if you have an eye that cool, it's likely not a Category 5. But what statement I will make is the fact that there is massive zenith angle over here. Um,
yes.
with obviously the satellite that the Eastern Pacific is for. Um, and I can accept I can accept a good 165 mile per hour peak. I can
Alright.
definitely accept that. I can't really assume higher. I mean, there's not really any evidence that I would really stand by, especially considering that this satellite presentation didn't especially last exceptionally long.
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
will accept the fact that it did rapidly intensify.
Well, I'd say
It
its
did.
deterioration
It
is
did.
mainly due to the mountainous terrain.
Mountainous terrain definitely
Yep.
got it down. But I will say, zenith angle was an issue, and that was proved with a polar satellite pass that came over a few hours ago. I think it was Meetop B that ended up hitting it, and it managed to get a 7-degree eye, meaning that there was pretty big zenith angle here,
Oh, wow,
and
okay.
that this definitely could have been a T7.0 if this wasn't the right place. I stand by Category 5. It's definitely possible that this definitely was a T7.5. In theory, it could have been, and just it existing at any point
If
really
its eye
is
temperature was
pretty.
around 2 degrees warmer Celsius, then.
Yeah,
Right.
I've decided. So Riley's not on. Riley's sleeping probably.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
I'm agency I have initiated advisories um on notice, and I did give a so on the 60 advisory I did a preliminary 140 knots. Considering that we do have some strict restrictions in place for a off-white eye T7.0.
Yeah.
But given the zenith angle, I've been a little bit more confident in giving a category 5 status here. Whether it was a category 5 at landfall or not, possibly. I'm more leaning towards 135 knots or 155 miles per hour, given the degradation in structure before landfall and the possibility that this didn't peak as high as some said it did. I'm not discounting the possibility for a Category 5 landfall. Obviously, stick with officials all the way.
Yeah.
Um, but
Oh,
because they know way more than me. This is my personal thoughts. It may or may not have been a Category 5 at landfall, but the one thing I can confirm is this is almost guaranteed to be the strongest Pacific Coast landfall in history, and
What is the
I'm
second
hearing from
most? Is it
people
Patricia?
Yes, Patricia
At
is at
150.
150 miles an hour. Yeah. Yep.
the strongest, yeah.
Alright. So am I. It's not gonna. Okay, it's not letting me draw on page period.
I think one of the reasons the NHC went with 165 923 is because if you guys remember earlier when Recon was in the storm, the pressure dropped like 10 millibars in a single pass, and I was assuming they took that into account because if it had kept deepening at that same rate, it could have easily been 175.
Yeah.
But that just depends on if it continued to deepen at that rate.
Yeah. Alright, so this is what I was talking about more with the storm surge. Since it is hitting somewhat to the west, and overall the circulation is this way, it is blowing in water into this bay area, which acts as a funnel, as you said, for a storm surge, which is a very bad case scenario. It looked like it was making wobble to the east, so we could have missed out on the flow onshore. But now, since it's wobbled back over to the west, it's looking like yeah, the worst case scenario is playing out in the area of Acapulco. And the eye is over the area, right?
Yeah, they're I think
Yes.
about to enter the eye.
Yeah, I think they're already in the eye right now. See,
Oh yeah, yep, starting to enter the
this
edge of it.
area is Acapulco, so yeah, they're in the eye.
It seems like, from what I can tell, that almost all the city is without power now. I mean, I'm not surprised,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
there were like nonstop power flashes on the webcams.
yes.
Um,
That was
and
just insane.
yeah, it was.
I also something I do want to bring to the attention is oh wait, hold on. Did I? Someone said central is misspelled. I don't know where I misspelled central. Oh, centrial pressure. Okay, yep, I see it. Thank you. Alright, there we go. Alright, so another thing that was, what was your estimate on Tammy? It's been trying to develop an eye.
Probably like I'd say it's approaching category 2 now, maybe like 95 miles an
90
hour.
miles. Sadly, there's no 95
Oh, right,
as well.
yeah, of
Yep,
course,
but yeah.
like 100-ish probably.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
100 is Cat 2, so yeah, I'd say around that range, yeah. And another thing with this one is, where do you think this storm is going? It's been
I
spread
think it's probably.
50-50 if it's going to go out to sea or towards Florida as a remnant.
I think regardless, like it might go somewhere sort of like towards Bermuda, but yeah, it's going to be weakening by then.
Alright, here, let me pull up a better plot.
I guess I haven't been paying as much attention to Tammy right now, but yeah.
Yeah. Alright, here is Tammy's thing. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Yep, just like this, you can see how spread it is. The NHC is curving towards the west. They're taking that run. As you can see, a majority of them do take it now. Earlier it was split 50-50, but now it's looking like a higher chance it curves towards the Bahamas and Florida. It will be a very weak system when it does that, in either way though, but yeah, it will know a lot better in a day or so where this storm is going.
Maybe just, like a rainmaker at most, probably.
Yeah, it's gonna bring breezy conditions to wherever it goes. It's not much though. Right. So back over to Otis. Yeah, how long do you think this will survive over land before it's completely dead?
I'd give it probably
Within
24 hours.
Wow.
24 hours, you know.
Mm-hmm.
always amazing to watch these things come ashore in the East Pacific and the Pacific side because like look at Patricia, it just absolutely collapsed. You know, these things are so powerful, but even something like topography can just like completely end them.
Yeah. And was there a mesovortice in the eye? I was told that earlier.
You could see it on infrared earlier, yeah.
Was this over? Yeah, right here.
Yeah, like where it's like the little ripples in the eye wall, sort of. You
Yes.
have to like really look closely, but yeah.
And if it had, let's say, 24 more hours, it would definitely intensify more, right?
Probably, or there would have been an eye wall
I will
replacement
put,
cycle.
yeah.
It's hard to say.
But yeah, if this just had a little bit more time, it'd still be a. Who knows what could have happened. But still, this is like the worst the storm could have possibly done right now. Nothing could have been worse, I'd say, for this kind of situation.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Like just the angle that it's hitting and just the like directness of the hit on Acapulco, plus the fact that this just blew every single forecast out of the water. I don't think I've ever seen um, model intensity guidance perform
Mm,
so poorly on a tropical cyclone.
yeah. Well, and
Like,
also you can see
yeah,
the eye of the system wobble to the north in north northeast briefly, and then starts coming ashore. I'm trying to get this properly. Yeah. But you see how it does make a wobble to the north northeast. Trying to draw it. Okay, no. All right. Yeah, so it was making that little bit of a turn, but then it finally curved towards the coastline, which, if it kept going on the northeast, we could have been looking at a landfall to the east of Acapulco, but no. I don't know why it keeps glitching out.
yeah, these wobbles were really not good. I mean, there was, like towards like 6, 7, I realized I was like, oh man, this is going way northeast of the forecast. They're gonna have to adjust it, and it's gonna put Acapulco in like the bullseye, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah,
None of us wanted that to happen, but I guess at that point you could tell that it was going that way.
yeah. So I really wish that we had radar data on the storm.
Oh yeah, no, the Pacific coast of Mexico really needs a reliable radar network,
Why
which
do
it
they always shut
doesn't
them
have.
down?
What did you say?
Why do they always shut down radars before it
Uh,
hits? Because there are radars in the area.
oh, there are. Maybe it's because they're not as like advanced as the ones we have in the U.S. and they
Mm-hmm.
want to protect them. That's my
Yes,
best guess.
I believe so as well. Um, I remembered seeing that we'd have a perfect view of Norma coming towards the area, because if I pull up this, where is it? No, right here. Okay, of course they're down right now, but yeah, there is radar in the area. This one, there is supposed to be radar in where Max hit, basically, but then they shut it down. I can't see any lightning activity, and that should be expected due to the fact that the storm is weakening.
I
Um,
thought I saw some lightning on the webcams, but I think all of it was just power flashes.
yeah.
To be honest.
Right. The official best drag that's come out for 6Z, it's officially still 145 knots for 6Z.
All right.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, they
Also, I
call
guess just
landfall at
in
225. All right, so around 30 minutes ago or so, it made landfall. And let me pull up the meso sector. So how do they set up these meso sectors exactly?
I actually don't know. something I probably should know. But
Yeah.
my guess is that they just like the satellite. I think probably has multiple cameras. Maybe they take like one of the cameras because you still have the regular loop going
Yeah.
and like zoom it in and then like slow down the amount of frames it takes in a certain amount of time. That's my best guess.
Yeah, and we
But
did have a second
yeah,
available Go 16 mesosector. They just didn't use it.
I wish they had because the Go 16 has the better view. But
Yeah.
I guess that yeah, like I don't know.
Oh yeah, and Casper, can you explain how fast or why this intensified so quickly?
Jet interaction.
Yeah.
The waters are extremely. We have the wind shear is pretty low, except obviously the fact that the presentation may be slightly degraded given the fact it was under a jet interaction, and that's how it works. But yeah, immaculate presentation. Typically, obviously, we got these conditions. This pretty strong jet interaction definitely significantly helped with all this, and obviously along with the basic standard conditions, a hurricane really needs to intensify. So stuff went well for Otis. I think we should have seen at least a major hurricane from a good decent mile away. The conditions were um pretty ideal. The models were definitely underdoing this.
Yeah.
Very obvious. Um, but a Category 5 certainly was not expected. It definitely overperformed. Definitely was unexpected. This is going to be a disaster. You know, to look back in the future. Really going to be big. Um, and one thing I'll also say is that a lot of research is going to be done on this storm. I can say
Yes.
definitely going to be a lot of looking back, and I can't wait to take a look at the tropical cyclone report when it comes out in a few months. I'll
Hmm.
see what the National Hurricane Center doing reanalysis.
And something I was looking at though is that how the wind shear on Rambi stuff. See how the forecasted wind shear decreased over time as the system was approaching, getting closer to its rapid intensification phase. Wind shear initially was expected to be pretty high, but then it dropped a lot further.
I guess I will say this system had all the elements of the most unpredictable types of setups that you'll see. Very small tropical cyclone and jet interaction. Like that's just a combination for forecast error. I mean, I no one expected it to be this high, but like with trough interactions, I think that's something that really in the coming years needs to be studied very carefully.
Yeah.
Um, because I mean the problem is there's a fine line between the trough and ending up steering the tropical cyclone and causing it to weaken and having it be aligned just right to cause it to explode, like in this case, and like what we
Hmm.
saw with many other storms recently. That's something that's really hard to forecast.
Yeah.
Um,
And I mean, I've just learned about jet interactions and stuff this year, and I remember Casper and Riley just telling me about it, and then I hear the same words over and over again with these rapidly intensifying systems. It's crazy how many of them just use it to its advantage. I don't
and
think I've
also,
ever seen one make it fail.
I'm trying to think. I mean, there have been huge. I can't think of examples off the top of my head. I mean,
Not
like
recently,
Hurricane
I don't
Delta
think.
2020 when that was coming ashore in the Gulf.
Oh yeah,
The jet was like sheared it and it weakened as it came ashore.
yeah,
But what else? I guess another thing that helped Otis was I don't know if you guys noticed on like with the wider satellite imagery, but
a close up.
there was an upper level low positioned over the Yucatan, and that
One.
it's sandwiched between the trough and that upper level low, and you get really good divergence
Let me
where
pull
Otis
up.
is.
Right, so where?
What did you say?
Where was the upper level low?
Over the Yucatan currently.
Oh, this thing that just moves out to the Gulf of Mexico. Is this it?
Yeah, yep.
But so explain why that was so good for its intensification phase.
Because it was in between the trough and the upper level low. Because you have, uh,
And where's the trough? Is
you
this
know,
it?
yeah. Because the
All right.
trough is produce. You're getting divergence with the trough, and then divergence on the other side. On the east side with the from the upper level low. And so like Otis is like right in that Goldilocks spot where it's not too far to either side.
Yep. So, yeah, I mean, and another question I do have though for another system though is what do you think the remnants of 21L will do?
I haven't looked at models for that. I hear the GFS is kind of aggressive with it, but
Yes, here it is. 60% chance of development. Could become another
I,
threat to the to Mexico. This is
although
it
I
right
wouldn't,
here.
I know we're all on edge, going to be on edge after Otis, but I wouldn't go as far as to say this is going to be another Otis yet.
I doubt it. Looking like a mid-range tropical storm, something like that's not much. Hopefully,
Yeah, hopefully.
but yeah. I mean, another thing though with Otis though is not many people had time to evacuate and stuff like that. So they didn't really expect it to be as bad as it was. And also something I was looking at on another stream though is just the fact how most people there can't afford TVs and stuff like that. So they can't even afford radios, so they don't really have a great way of getting warnings in that area. But I'm hoping that's. Or I mean, it's unreasonable though to assume that everyone was getting the warnings and they could evacuate in time, because by the time they started to evacuate, conditions were already deteriorating, which still can cause a few deaths when they're trying to leave and then the hurricane already is coming. So
Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, like I mean, but this is in terms of you know forecast error. This is just about as bad a situation as you can have. Like they were expecting a tropical storm and they got a category 5. So it's like, especially if you tell people you're like, oh no, this is going to be cat 5 now, they'll be like, what the heck?
yeah,
Um, and maybe they won't react as strongly because they're like, well, why didn't you tell us earlier? Well, we didn't know.
yeah,
The public doesn't understand that.
yeah.
Um,
And the thing is that they couldn't get like sandbags and stuff. They couldn't even defend their home in time. Mainly as bad as they would if they were forecasting a major hurricane. And when was the time they forecasted a major?
it wasn't until like I think it might have been like the 2 p.m. advisory today.
Oh yeah,
I think.
it was whenever it
Yeah,
became a recon got in it.
yeah. I think that was like mid to early afternoon today.
Also,
Yeah,
something I noticed though with the National Hurricane Center is they were pretty delayed on their hurricane estimates and stuff like that. I remembered looking at microwave imagery showing it has almost a fully built eye wall, and they were still having it at 70 miles an hour when it was likely a Category 2 at that point. That was right before Recon got into the storm, so then that was interesting to see them jump up so quickly. I was kind of surprised to see them go so low on a storm that would be that had microwave on it showing. Do you know why they do something like that?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, they might have just been a little behind. Happens sometimes, but I guess, yeah. Once Recon got in there, they were right on it, and
Yeah.
since then they've been on top of it. Also,
Yes,
now
I'm
it
glad they
seems like,
forecasted a Category 5 near landfall. That was very very good of them. So that could get out in the news and stuff like that, saying Category 5 landfall forecasted, stuff like that. Blew up on Twitter, blew up on social media. Very good that the word was spread. on that aspect. National
Yeah,
Hurricane
I
Center did a
definitely
great
agree.
job on their forecast after recon.
You know, they did the best they could with what they got, and we really didn't have much time at all with this one. So yeah, I just well,
A real
like
Earth, I can. But what were you
what
saying?
else is unusual about this is the location. Um, like usually this time of year, uh, landfalls happen further north,
Yeah, yeah.
but
Up
this
in
is
this
usually
region
a
area.
landfall. Yeah, landfall area. Like landfalls in this area would be more typical of like early season in the East Pacific.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Kind of like
You
Agatha
know.
or something like that.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Right. So what is it? East full disk, I think.
Yeah. East. Yeah. That's what I click on. Yep.
I forgot. There's not visible. There is. Oh God, what do we use? Guess I could just use infrared on this one. How delayed is this?
It's usually pretty up to date.
This is 650. Oh shoot. So that is around 15 minutes ago or so. How do I make it do? Is there a way for me to display cities?
I don't know how to do that.
Mm-hmm. And let me get a loop of it for like the past 24 frames or so. Apply changes. Can I play a loop of it? Here it was earlier near its peak. Hoping I'm able to play a loop of this to show it approaching or making its landfall. Alright. There we go. Okay, so there you can see it making its landfall. And we can actually zoom in to see the mesovortices right here, right?
Yes.
Yep, and so it's mainly these little bluish areas, correct? How the
Yeah, like
eye's no
those
longer
little
circular.
yeah, or it's like the little like squigglies, I guess. It's hard to explain.
Here, and let me
But
like this primarily as well. How there's
yep.
something separating the eye. See, Acapulco getting hit by a very catastrophic storm right now. Eye temperature, I do not know what that is right now, but
Probably dropping pretty rapidly.
mm-hmm. Someone asked. Okay, this was a while ago. Right. Someone says, have any seasons contained two Category Fives? Probably in the Eastern Pacific. They're talking about yes. 2018. I think there was three, including Dora. I don't know if there's. Well, I believe another season has had three Cat Fives. If I'm
I
correct.
believe 2015 had two. I know Patricia, and then there was another one that I forget the name of.
Yeah. Another question was, why does it not weaken when it hits land? It is. It is. The storm is weakening. Another person asked, how far up will it get up? Like, how far north do you think it will take until it finally dies?
Probably like maybe 100 miles inland at most.
So,
Probably
like this
less.
green dot, or
Oh, let me see.
how far would you say up north, basically?
Yeah, I mean the NHC I think has it right. Like at the end of where the cone is.
Right here, so you'd think it's basically dead by then. Also, how strong do you
Yeah,
think it will
probably
be by
like
this point? I know it's showing that it's a major hurricane.
I think it's gonna
This is at 8 a.m., so in 5 hours, how strong do you think it would be?
I'd say like 115, maybe
I
even
so you
less.
still think it's going to be
These things
major?
weaken. Yeah, but perhaps these things weaken pretty quickly
Yeah.
on the Pacific side. So
Right.
All right, Chase, can I show you something?
Yes. What is it?
You're gonna have this one.
Huh? What is it? Oh, the Florida system. What's that about?
I don't know, man.
And that is the jet interaction, right?
Let's see. Hold on. I've not seen the full model run yet. Hold on, let me see.
Right. So yeah, there's
I've
been I noticed that there's been some models showing something possible in the Caribbean. Um, don't
as
know
far out.
how much confidence I'd put into
It's
that.
a ring.
yeah, I guess that's just
Yeah.
like
See
a
right
wait
here.
and see. And there was a decent amount of model support, just like general model support. I'd say like a tropical depression, tropical storm is semi likely at this point, but of course, how strong it would get is
I
unknown, and
like
where it's
seeing
going to
three
form.
lows spin around each other. It's crazy there.
It's
I know, and Ben, as you can see, there's the remnants of 21L forming by the GFS
yeah.
at least.
The
Let's see how it goes
opposite.
to the Acapulco area.
Hopefully, they don't get hit twice. I mean, I
Yes.
don't think that's going to happen, but
Wasn't it technically the third time Word Max hit?
Max wasn't very strong, but it
Still,
did
it
hit
delivered
like
very bad flooding area. When was Max again?
2 weeks ago or something. I don't exactly remember.
I didn't. I did this one.
Wait a second, what's the storm? Oh, Rosalind. Okay, I
Well,
pulled up 2022, my bad. I was wondering what that was. Alright. Here it is. It did hit near Acapulco. As you can see, it hit roughly to the west of it. And, yeah. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't think much flooding occurred in Acapulco. Yeah, mainly in mainland Mexico, though, in the central part of it, which is still, like, part of that area is getting hit by Otis as well, which is adding to further misery. So, yeah, there's been mainly four parts of Mexico which have been slammed: Baja California, parts of mainland Mexico over here, this area from Lydia, this area from Max, and now we got another area getting hit. We do not want anything from this next disturbance to hit another area.
yeah. I guess they've had it rough this year on the Pacific side.
Yeah.
Um, Definitely typical of El Nino.
So what you're saying is tracks typically hit Mexico in El Nino years?
Actually, I'm not sure of that, but I guess like there's usually more activity in El Nino years. I'm not sure if El Nino correlates with more Pacific landfalls. I
Mm-hmm.
have to ask someone who knew more about that. But
Casper, do you know?
yeah.
Do you know if like
So,
more hurricanes strike Mexico in El Nino years?
um, I mean, general activity increases, so I mean, I suppose so. But the thing is, we also have more of the activity spreading into the Central Pacific. So I'd be unsure, but I'll take a look now if you want.
Oh, yeah, and I do know that that those Louis or the California systems are somewhat more common in El Nino years. I forgot what it was. It's like a low that forms here or something that spins the storm up that way. Is that correct? where like some systems go this way. I watched a video about him, but I don't. I know that it's like a low or a high is here, so then it drags it up towards Baja California. It's Lola is heading towards New Caledonia as a Category 2 right now. Should weaken quickly. It's Category 3 on the Australian scales, but it is weakening. Tammy's over here trying to develop an eye. NHC is likely going with the Florida scenario. Been waiting on them to do that. They've slowed down the forecast significantly because of uncertainty. But yet now they finally shifted it in one direction and they did it to the west. So I don't know how long it's going to take for it to reach the area. Euro ain't buying it. Yeah, so most models do have it stalling in the area. Does GFS show it's... Nope, it's pretty uncertain what it's going to do there. Let me take a look at ensembles in the Caribbean. See if that... Oh yeah, you see this here, Ben? All the little lows in the Caribbean trying to
Yeah.
form. Looks like within the next 48 hours or so, a low is going to be trying to develop in the Caribbean, and then we don't know what's going to happen from there. And then here's
I guess
this. Look
main
at this.
thing
You can
is
see it's an
oh,
actual trend
oh.
right here. There's a little bit of an isobar right over here. A little bit of a pressure gradient. So it is
One
looking
thing I
like
will
something
say
could
is
form within the next 5 days. Sorry, what?
this time of year, do not pay attention to the GFS
Yes.
because I've noticed it loves to spin up major hurricanes for sometimes no apparent reason in the Caribbean, like
Yeah, they
late
do it
season.
in this specific area mainly. Anything that forms in this area is something to take a grain of salt with. Because typically they'll throw it into the United States as a Category 5 or whatever.
I
Now,
mean,
if
I
it's
guess the
something
fact
within
that
the
there's
next
a
3 days or so, 72 hours, and it forecasted to form here, then it's something more to watch.
I guess the fact that there's like a model signal from other models besides just the GFS means that yeah, we could see something. But if it
Yeah.
was just the GFS spinning something up, then yeah, I'd be really skeptical. But yeah,
Okay, here are the ensembles on Otis. As you can see, they had it dying out right before landfall.
yeah, the monumental failure of every single model, whether it's hurricane models or global models, needs to be studied
Mm-hmm.
on this storm
Oh,
because yeah, as I've said, it's like the computer models just were worthless for this thing.
Yeah.
Chase, I have your answer. I have your answer. I thought
Wait, hold on.
landfalling.
Uh,
Yeah.
give me one moment real quick. This is the jet interaction right here, right? This little area.
Yep.
Yep, okay. So wait, did you say you need to go?
Alright. So when you asked
Never mind.
if El Nino events have more landfalls in Mexico, typically yes. It's pretty noticeable. I'm looking at the database now. But one thing I've also noticed is that neutral years actually typically have the most landfalls in Mexico over both La Nina and El Nino.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Alright. And we were
Not what I
shifting
would have
into a
expected.
neutral mid-year, right? Or no? Or wait, no, we were going
Next,
from neutral to El Nino.
it seems possible next year. We're probably going into a neutral year. Um,
Alright,
but some of the trends I'm looking at is, I believe, hold on. So El Nino years typically have more landfalls going over to the northeast, and that goes into western central Mexico.
Like in
La
this
Nina.
area?
La Nina typically has more storms going directly north, going towards the peninsula, and occasionally into western central Mexico. And neutral generally has more landfalls everywhere,
Yeah, yeah.
particularly to the north as well, and to the northeast at times as well. But yeah, notably more to the north over the peninsula.
I find this interesting though on how the city lights are not live. This was made as a background basically for nighttime, so this does not indicate power outages and stuff like that. So yeah, I find that interesting that that doesn't work like that. I would expect it to show something like live imagery or something, right? Yeah,
That's
this is not a
I'm
good way
kind
to
of
look at power
dreading
outage. Hmm?
I'm kind of dreading seeing what we're going to wake up to in Acapulco. You know, I know
It's 2
I just
a.m. 2:18
yeah.
a.m. their time right now, so I mean,
Once
jeez.
the sun comes up, you know, reveal a lot of more of what we haven't been able to see.
I mean, there's nothing, no damage we could see right now in the area. That's when they're on the ground and stuff. It's going to be pitch black, basically, due to power outages. So it's going to be a long week, long month of recovery for the area.
Yeah, especially since
It's probably going to be
a
longer than that.
system like this is just completely unprecedented for this area. I think I saw someone on Twitter said that um, the last like direct hurricane impact that Acapulco saw was in 1951, and it was an 85-mile-an-hour hurricane.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You
That is
compare this
crazy.
to Otis now, which is 165. Like that's just
Yeah,
insane.
almost doubled the wind speed. And so I mean,
And
like,
I wonder if this storm is going to result in the upping of like building code criteria and stuff like that. You know, kind of like Miami after Hurricane Andrew.
yes, yeah. I'm hoping they'll do something like that. I mean, there was an image that I sent in. I'm gonna pull it up soon. That just showed the awful conditions in the area. And here, let me go to from Hurricane Chaser Chase. Oh, come on. Okay. Because I'm on streamer mode, it's gonna be harder for me to search up. Okay. What? Oh my god. From Hurricane Chaser Chase. Okay, never mind. It's not working. Okay. Um. Yeah, there is. If I go to the area on Google Maps or whatever, this would actually be a good idea to show everyone the kind of conditions in the area. Okay.
The beachfront is pretty vulnerable, although like a lot of it is lined with high-rise um, buildings that are some of them are concrete, which is I think those buildings in the surge are mostly fine. I mean, the lower levels probably not, but like if anyone was stranded in that area, they could evacuate to the higher levels of the buildings and be safe from the surge.
Yeah.
I'm
I
sure the
did
wind
notice
may
though
have
that
blown out.
it's a mountainous kind of terrain. If this was 3D and whatnot, you'd be able to see it better. But the it's gradually getting higher and higher. So the areas closest to the coast, as in you could see it on imagery though, that how it goes up and up and up in terms of ground and whatnot. Like this area is more elevated and more elevated, more elevated and stuff, which is really really good. They can go further up. There is safety in those areas.
Then, of
There's
course, we got upslope rainfall and mudslides to deal with.
Yeah, you see these big mountains right
You
here,
know,
right
yep,
over
they're like
here. This is something they need to look out for. I am gonna go down in here if I can, bring my character. Yes, I can. Where's this mountain?
Wondering if there are any
But
local
you see
weather
what the buildings
stations.
look like?
Um,
Right? Can you see what I'm looking at?
yeah, those. I mean, those look like mostly concrete. Uh, probably decent with the wind. Probably not going to fare so well.
Let me
Um,
look at a. There's got to be an area with worse. Um, of course, in any city, there's poverty and whatnots, but there's got to be a specific area nearby. Um, this looks like in city place.
yeah, sort of like down. There's some lower lying houses that are not as
And you
well
can see
built
the
as
elevation. What I mean, how it's
building.
downhill over here. Right? It's thankfully there's high ground, up there. But and there's buildings in the area, so they're able to go up there. Yeah,
Oh, I
it's
think I got to head off and go to bed in a moment.
all right. How long do you think?
Probably like a couple minutes.
All right.
But I guess one thing I just wanted to mention before I go is I guess something we'll be able to tell how strong it was at landfall was like, I mean, obviously, if there are any weather stations in the area that got wind measurements, that remains to be seen. But like, say some of the we get like debarking,
Mhm.
sort of like what we saw in Hurricane Michael, then yeah, that would be suggestive of a Category 5 landfall. But
Yeah.
we'll have to see.
Here's what the area looks like. You can see the mountains and stuff like that, which can be a really, really bad case scenario in terms of mudslides. And I mean
Yeah, that's
that's
like
only a
it's
major
very
threat.
steep going up from the coastline up, and there's seems to be a lot of structures on those mountains. So
Yes.
yeah, that's not great for mudslides.
Yeah, I mean like part of the mountain can just start sliding down and then impact some of those buildings nearby. Hopefully it doesn't. I mean, hopefully it doesn't happen at all. But especially not during the storm right now. Hopefully, people can be evacuated out of their homes beforehand, and there will be signs of mudslides occurring, so that they'll know if a mudslide is about to occur or not. I've seen that done before, where they can actually just save everyone, if they just if they notice the signs and stuff that a mudslide will likely occur. They can evacuate people out of the buildings and stuff like that. But I mean, if it happens during the storm, there's nothing that can really warn them in time.
Also, the fact that like you have surge in the lower lying areas and mudslides, maybe higher up. It's like where exactly do you go?
Yeah,
Um, but uh,
I mean, you can see how the water is up here. This area would be completely flooded.
yeah, the beachfront is probably flooding right now.
Yeah,
Most definitely.
see those buildings. Let me actually pull this up on here. See what they look like and how high up they are actually elevated. Oh yeah, look at these businesses nearby. Oh wait, did they add a seawall? Looks like they did. See if I go back. This was 2014. Notice how there is an open area. See it?
Yeah,
And then if I go ahead, you'll notice the wall was built. I don't know if that's a seawall or not. Doesn't look like it because there's a fence.
I saw there's
Yeah,
some
here we go.
sections that were like that, but there were definitely like gaps. Like it's not everywhere. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
that would definitely help a little bit, but there's still areas for like the water to
Yeah, I
come
mean,
back
this is
up.
a fence right here, so of course water's gonna intrude. But yeah, you can see part of the hotels are likely gonna be flooded on like the bottom parts or some of that's.
I'm seeing a video on Twitter of hallways, the interior of a hotel, and the wind is howling through them.
Oh
Like the
wow.
windows must have blown out, and the wind is just going straight through the whole freaking building. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Um. Anyways, I should probably head off. I don't have classes tomorrow. I mean, I don't have one until like after lunch, but I should
Mhm.
still get some sleep.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, thank you for all your help
I,
and being
oh
up.
yeah, no problem.
That really helps my stream a lot and me being able to do it. So thank you.
Oh yeah, you're welcome.
All
Yeah.
right.
See ya.
Good
Good
night.
night.
All right, guys. I am still here, and we will. I'm gonna be continuing the stream for a while. There's lots of people are paying attention. This is really good news. Trying to spread out the word as much as possible. Get it out to those people right now. Help them know that the worst is likely already happening right now. So I mean, if we look at this more, the eye has passed land right now, and the worst has likely we've passed the worst point of the storm. It will be great. It's going to be a long, slow process. Okay, I'm not gonna say it's going to be over in an hour or so. It's going to take around several hours, 12 hours or so, for it to be finally safe to go out, roughly. Um, but now, if you've it just stay indoors and whatnots, and hunker down still. The worst is likely already occurring right now with the storm because its positioning is likely over here right now, and because of that, that means the storm surge blows in this way instead of it being as tight over here. So yeah, the storm surge is still pushing inland, but it will gradually lower within the next hour or two. It's going to begin to start should start lowering, receding just a bit. There still will be water on roads and stuff like that, but it should gradually lower down, hopefully. But the overall structure of the storm, you can see how it's just there's not much banding to it. It's just an overall ball right now, where the center is right in it. It's literally almost a perfect circle of a storm. That's what we call annular storms. Yeah, there's not much banding with it. And as you can see, though, the eye is continuing to deteriorate. You can barely make out an eye right now, roughly in this area. But yet it has passed land. Acapulco is right over here, I believe. They're in the eye wall again, likely. And yeah, the conditions are continuing to get worse in the area. But yeah, the area is in the eye wall, so they're getting worse winds, worse stuff. They were briefly in the eye. So actually, right now, I believe is when they're going to get the worst conditions. We're nearing the peak, basically, of the very, very bad conditions in the area. So yeah, they were in the eye briefly, and now they're in the eye wall again. So they are getting the worst conditions. But since they're in the eye wall, they're in the peak of it right now. So it is going to be gradually winds will start lowering down, stuff like that. Yeah, lots. Yeah, of course, electric grid is down, as Gene Pal 86 says. Electric grid is down. My family, it's out of reach. Yeah, I mean, cell service will likely be down for a bit, so that's a sad part. You don't know if your family's okay or not in the region. All you can really do is just tell them prior to hunker down and stuff. Stay safe. Don't go out until it's safe to do so. Until winds are completely gone. Make sure they know that an eye, um, because I don't think this area has experience, or definitely not an eye, has never passed over the area. So when the eye occurs, it's calm and stuff. Still do not go out during the eye. You need to wait until it's completely gone. So that's something you need to let them know prior to it hitting. But yeah, cell service can be down for several hours, possibly even a day or two, maybe even a week, um, just depending on how bad, if the cell towers were knocked down, stuff like that. Remember, if you have uh, um, yeah, remember if you have any questions, just please respond, or please ask them. I will respond eventually. I will always answer your questions, no matter what it is. Eventually, at least, your question will be answered. One after another. I'm not going to ignore people like other streams. I will answer the questions. So another thing with the area, though, in terms of how bad of a case this was, the storm rapidly intensified. Okay, that's it. It basically tripled the rapid intensification criteria. So the area didn't have much time to evacuate, and so they are trying to evacuate right now, which is just a little bit too late to do so, which is really, really bad. It's something I do want to show you all on Twitter, though, was the system. Sorry, the power flash that went on. You can see it right here. It is an insane one. Let me zoom in on that as well. Hopefully, you all can see this. But yeah, the massive power flashes. This was happening most of the time, where it just like a blinding lights appears. Very bright lights. Sadly, though, the cameras are down, so we can't really see much of the area. There's only one camera, and it's basically pixels. And don't forget to like the stream, share it. Hopefully, if there's people still with cell service, they'll be able to watch the stream and know what's going on in the area. So the storm it has made landfall, that's clear, and it is weakening. It's likely a Category 4 at this point, no longer a Cat 5. My best estimates would be around 150 miles an hour with this kind of storm. It is rapidly weakening. It can be seen on here. You're losing your big whites, cloud tops, and then they're turning into blacks and reds. So it is weakening the storm right now. But yeah, you can see just how bad of a location this is in terms of flooding potential, stuff like that. And this does go downhill even more, it looks like. Yeah, you can see. Yeah, lots of areas could be experienced potential flooding, things like that. Yeah, as you can see, the like places, hoping they're built to code and stuff like that. But yeah, windows, all these may be shattered. Yeah, it's not a good case scenario here at all. All right, let me see if there's got to be an area where you can actually see the ocean. Oh, doesn't seem like it, but yeah, the area there is concrete buildings, which is a very very good thing. Oh, is this a hospital? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. I am able to go down here. Yes. Okay. Alright, so I can't look there, but let me look at what it looks like over here real quick, just trying to see if I can indeed look. Okay, here we go. Almost there. Right, yeah, you can see how low or how high the water is on a normal day. So yeah, that can completely flood this whole entire area over here, which is very, very bad. Yeah, that's what the imagery looks like on the surface. And here's more. Here's what the imagery looks up like above the sky, and this is what it looks like right now. Earlier, that's what it looked like, on an average day and stuff where there's no bad weather, no bad anything. But this is what it actually looks like right now. Um, we can't see what it looks like on the surface and stuff like that. But yeah, the storm, you can see the center of it. Let me play a loop of this. It has been moving. Yeah, like this way, it's overland right now. The eye's clearly past Acapulco. I'd even go as far to estimate this down to 145 miles an hour right now. It is rapidly weakening. Clearly, it is overland. Um, so yeah, whereas Acapulco could have gotten like 160 mile an hour plus sustained winds, now they could be only getting like a max of 145, which is still very dangerous. That's only a 15 mile an hour decrease, or a 20 mile an hour decrease from its 165 peak. Um, but it's something at least, and hopefully this will continue to lower within the next hour or so, and be down to a Category 3, hopefully. I doubt it. It should go down to a 130 Cat 4 within the next hour or so. It takes time for these kind of storms to finally die down. Even though the appearance looks like it's dead, it is spinning super fast underneath. That the winds are very, very bad. So even though it may look like it's a Category 2 or Category 1 at this point, it is still a Category 4 likely. We'll get a new updates in an hour and 21 minutes. That's when we'll get a new update from the National Hurricane Center on how strong it is, stuff like that. But yeah, this is a very, very bad case scenario for the area of Acapulco. One of the main reasons why, though, is the storm surge threats. So typically, let's say the storm is right here right now, which it isn't. It's over here, but if we look at this, though, winds blow this way, counterclockwise, in the northern hemisphere, which this brings storm surge to the area. So if I zoom in a lot more, yep, if this is the center right here, the winds are pushing water inland into Acapulco, this area, and it acts as a bend, so it funnels in all the water over this area. So if it hits, let's say over here, it'd be pushing the water out, which would be a better case scenario. And we were hoping it, but it has gone into the worst case scenario, and it has hits the area. So yeah, someone asked, will the Acapulco Bay be affected by the high tides? Looks like a pretty big bay. Yes, they will. I mean, it is. This is something which acts as Florida from hurricanes, where it's like there's two major differences. There's when storms go in, like there's two main different scenarios. There's the North Carolinas, and then there's Florida. Florida is a bay area right over here where it funnels in storm surge, whereas the Carolinas over here is outward, which helps protect it more from storm surge. And this one has the inward flow, which makes it a worst case scenario for kind of storm surge. We can be getting 15 to 20 feet of sea level rise. Yeah, likely many parts of the bay and stuff like that. Um, yeah, but thankfully, yeah, as one of the member or no buddy 517 says that yeah, parts like naval bases, hospitals, stuff like that, they will likely have backup generators and communications, which is good. Yeah, as they of course they need it the most. Homes and stuff don't need it as much as a hospital. Um, yeah, hopefully people have evacuated the areas and that they are in a safer place. They're in an interior room in their homes, stuff like that. Hopefully they're not sleeping during this, and that they're actually paying very close attention to what's happening. If they have a weather radio, that'd be very helpful. I know lots of them can't afford it, or they just don't have one in general. But yeah, here's the. I'm going to play an overall loop throughout the past 24 hours just to show the scale of its intensification phase. Alright, so here we go. Um, 24 hours ago is likely a hurricane. National Hurricane Center did not estimate it as such though. Let me just double check how much is being shown. Yes, okay, it is my bad. Right, yep. So yeah, the main problem with this as well is it's hitting in the middle of the night. It's 2:42 a.m. in the area. So I mean, lots of people can be asleep and stuff. Thankfully, that means they're not going to be walking around and stuff out in the open. But still, it's hitting, and you know, they're not as well prepared. They don't know what they're going to wake up to. All right, so overall, the faster loop here it is. You can clearly see its intensification phase right before landfall. Starts to get its eye very organized, and then it strikes land and weakens. Thankfully, due to the mountainous terrain, which this mountainous terrain does weaken systems, thankfully. Especially as you can see, right as it approaches the area, it starts weakening due to the mountainous terrain. And thankfully, it's going to be continuing to do that. Right now, there's lots of mountainous terrain in this whole area that is going to be very, very good in terms of killing the storm, which we're hoping it's going to continue to do that, stuff like that. But yeah, here it is in the slowdown view real quick. You can see that eye briefly pop up. It turns to the northeast and then it turns back to the west. So yeah, if I pull this up again, you can see how it briefly turned to the north. Over here, it did make a northeast or like northern turn briefly before making the west. If it continued the northward path that it did, it would have maybe made landfall to the east of Acapulco. But no, it did make a sharp turn back to the west, which is why it's the worst conditions of the storm are hitting Acapulco right now. So, oh yeah, but here's what I mean in a zoomed in look though of the bay. Just seeing what I mean on how storm surge can just funnel in to this area right here when the center's here or whatever. It moves in this direction, so it makes it so that the storm surge is all along this area. Very, very high amounts, 15 to 20 feet possible. Um, yeah, it is a very bad situation. Someone said a report of 22 feet storm surge. That can't be ruled out. Um, it is such a bad case scenario that yeah, that stuff like that cannot be ruled out. It's taking place almost like a Katrina kind of scenario in that area in terms of storm surge and stuff. They're not prepared as much. Um, it is very, very bad. We've had another system do this like a day or two ago, Hamoon, in a different part of the world. Thankfully, that weekend before landfall, very quickly down to like a Category 1. This one has still made landfall as a Category 5, the strongest landfall on record in the region. So we will have an animation out on this as well. I'm going to say that on Sunday, just to show its overall track line analysis, stuff like that. Just showing it's so yeah, stay tuned for that as well. But yeah, this you're watching it live happen right now. Um, it is just crazy looking at its uh, core finally collapsing, trying to at least, and you can see how now it's over. It's pretty far inland right now. I believe I can show windy satellites. Here it is approaching land throughout the past 2 hours or so. It making landfall near Acapulco. And so its center is likely in a little bit more north of this, maybe around like 40 to 50 miles inland right now, which is very, very good that it is the further inland it gets, the faster the weakening rate, basically. Since on the southern side, it's still aided with these sea surface temperatures. Right down here has really good conditions to keep blowing in heavy winds, rain, and stuff like that. But the further away it gets, the less the rain and wind impacts along the coastline. Say, nobody 517. Do you have the reports, the 22 feet somewhere that I can show? I am going to be looking on other things to try and look at their see if I can find any interesting things to pull up on stream. But yeah, if you saw I don't know if there was a 22 feet reports and where that would be, but I mean, keep in mind though that that kind of thing can occur with these systems that rapidly intensify so quickly. Oh, an observation recorded near Acapulco 945.7 millibars. Let me pull this up. That is this right here, this station over in this area recorded around 945 millibars. So yeah, I mean it is, and that was very close to the center as well. Yeah, so there's not much being seen on it right now. There's not much discussion in um, other discords and whatnot. It's mainly because it's in the middle of the night, 3:49 a.m. So, but this is just still a very insane situation. And some people might ask, why did it intensify so much? Well, it's mainly due to a trough interaction, jet interaction, stuff like that. So this little dry spot, this is humidity and stuff. The whites is the more moist environments. The black is the lesser moist environment. So this little black right here is the trough right here, and we have an upper level low, which you can see a little bit of spin here, and it's Otis. Sorry, we've had so many systems. Otis is wedged right in between them, which gives it a perfect environment to breathe and stuff like that. And it is as you can see though, it took advantage of it rapidly. Another thing though is that the shear forecast rapidly declines. Um, don't have it over here, but I do have it somewhere else. I am gonna pull it up on stream. This will show you all how quickly here it is. So on the top right over here, this is where we see the wind shear forecast. And as you can see though, earlier it was expected to be sky high, but as it got closer and closer, it's just stayed the level at very low amounts. As in the first part, it was forecasted to get unfavorable within the next day or two. And because it did not do that, models have skyrocketed in their projections, stuff like that. So I mean, this is just a. Alright, someone says it was local. Report from Twitter. I can't find it. All right, yeah. But yeah, this is just a very um, insane situation. Sorry if I'm repeating myself and whatnot, but it's just crazy to just imagine how quickly a little mere tropical storm can explode to a Category 5, making the strongest Pacific landfall on record, officially at least. But yeah, it is what's amazing about this is seeing how quickly it can weaken. Uh, we're just hoping and praying this weakens very fast. Looks like it's trying to do that right now. Thankfully, it showed brief weakening before hitting land. That's mainly due to its interaction with the land. You can see these cloud tops, which are white, nearly pink, start lowering down into blacks and red very fast, right as it, right before the center of the storm strikes land. But yeah, very glad it started weakening due to the mountainous terrain, and then now it's starting to weaken even more as it continues to move further inland. So sunrise is going to take a while for that area. I do not know when their sunrise is, but it is going to be a while until that is the case there. If I pull up Zoom Earth once again, and I pull up sunrise lines, it should be, since it's like 2:52 a.m. in the region, Maybe in around 4 or 5 hours or so, it's going to finally become daylight. Um, as you can see, though, it will take a while. And something also to note, though, is that this cool little interaction with a cold front right here with Tammy. Tammy is becoming a large. As you can see how far it extends from one side to the other right here, around 3.3 thousand miles, all the way up towards Spain and France. That was cloud cover. It's connected to this storm right here, which is continuing to intensify around a Category 2, I'd say. And it is expected to head towards Bermuda out to sea. But yeah, this is a cool feature to monitor as well. But yeah, that's not our main focus. Our main focus is Otis, which yeah, Otis of 2017 caused some major impacts. So yeah, this is the next one to do so. The storm will likely get retired. I do want to state that as well. Um, yeah, as of course the impacts are so massive that the government of Mexico will likely request for this storm to be retired. Yeah, thankfully there are hurricane warnings for a massive area. Even if they don't get hurricane conditions, they will be getting a very bad conditions overall. So yeah, they will treat it as a hurricane, stuff like that, which is good. Other than that, though, we've had this is the strongest storm to strike the area of this province. At least, of course, they've only gotten hit with a Category 1 as their worst storm in 1950. And in the 1950s, that was their worst hurricane ever. The strike was a mere Category 1, and we're dealing with something that was twice as strong as this. So imagine 85 miles an hour and imagine 165 miles an hour. Very, very bad. So, alright, just looking at something. Right, so yeah. Um, Overall, I wish that we had radar data. We do not have radar data with this, sadly, just due to the how unprotected they can be and how easily they can break. So they have to shut it down early. But yeah, this is a very, very catastrophic land threats. And something also to note, though, is that the possibility of mudslides and stuff. There are large, large mountains, which I can see if I pull it up on over around here-ish. If I drag him. Nope, this isn't working. Hold on. I will just show you all how bad of a. Alright, sorry, let me just get over to the area, my bad. Hold on, guys, I'm just trying to show you all the wrong thing. I'm just trying to get over to the main area. Oh, come on. Just trying to get by here. Okay, thankfully, there's parking garages and stuff. Hopefully, people park their cars there and stuff, so it's a safer area to be in. Or, I mean, to have your cars in so they don't get destroyed. Alright, let me see where I can find the mountainous terrain. Alright, almost there. Is you will be able to see the main threats that can cause mudslides and stuff like that so as I get over to this little area. Oh, my bad. Oh, wait, can I actually go in this spots or something? I don't know. Alright, here it is. We're almost there. Alright, I don't think I can get over here, sadly. Hold on. Oh, here we go. This is somewhat better imagery. Oh, my bad. Hold on. Okay, well, give me a moment, my bad. Um, Here we go. This shows the mountainous terrain and the region, which is also weakening the storm. But it's a double-edged sword. It is providing worse conditions for the area in terms of mudslides, which you can see a lot of the buildings are built along the mountains, especially over in this area right here. But thankfully it's elevated, but it also acts as a double-edged sword because the mountain part of it can slide down, and that's what you call mudslides, which can damage homes and stuff like that due to heavy rainfall. Hoping for not a lot of reports, hoping for none, but of course there's when you're getting a system like this, there can be lots of reports. I do want to pull up the National Hurricane Center discussion in terms of land threats, stuff like that. Oh, did they update it? No, okay, not yet. Um, in terms of their public advisory and stuff like that, these are their main things. When hurricane conditions are occurring within portions of the hurricane warning area, and they will spread inland through this morning with extremely destructive winds near the core. Winds affecting the upper floors of high-rise buildings will be significantly stronger than those near ground level. Of course, the higher up you are, the stronger the winds. Tropical storm conditions will continue within portions of the warning areas through today. Storm surge, a potentially catastrophic storm surge, is expected to produce life-threatening coastal flooding near into the east of its landfall area. But yeah, storm surge will be large and destructive. Otis's expected rainfall initially was 5 to 10 inches with 15 inches max. Now it's 8 to 6 inches with 20 inches max, which is that can cause this rainfall will produce flash and urban flooding along with mudslides in areas of higher terrain. As you can see, though, there's areas with higher terrain in this whole entire region, basically, which is a very, very bad scenario. So you're going to be interested and look out for throughout this whole next month or so, seeing how many mudslides occur due to the system. I do not know, how often mudslides can occur and stuff like that, but yeah, this is a very, very bad scenario. Let me just double check something. So we are also the one of the only live commentary on the storm, so that's interesting. But yeah, overall though, the storm is of course, very very destructive. Um, just overall, just very very bad case scenario for the region. Oops, clicked on the link. I think. Nope. Okay. Well, yeah. Keep in mind that we are donating money to the area. Every new subscriber is going to be $1 donated. So if you would like to help out and stuff like that, we've gained 3 new subscribers, which is $3 new, and now we're up to $175 for the region. Um, in total, at least throughout the whole entire hurricane season. This does end in 5 days, so we're going to be donating the rest of the money to the region. So if you'd like to help out without spending any money and stuff, just give a subscribe, and then that would be $1 donated to the relief efforts for multiple storms, but primarily in this case it is going to be Otis. Let me double just check if the number updated real quick. Yes, we've got a new subscriber, so that goes up to $176. Thank you to whoever just subscribed after that message. Really appreciate it. Alright, so yeah, overall, though, the storm, as you can see, it is rapidly deteriorating. Storm surge is going to be mainly worse in this little bend area. You can briefly see it over here, this little area right in here, where they could get amounts of up to 15 to 20 feet. And then when you get into areas to the east, parts of like this area could get around areas of like 10 to 15 feet. This area maybe 5 to 10 feet, and then this area is like 1 to 5 feet basically. So it all depends on where you are. I can probably draw out a better depiction. Um, so stuff like this, or hold on, oops, my bad. Basically, just how bad a storm surge is in the area roughly. So yeah, basically the yellows indicate areas of like 1 to 5 feet. Which is of course really really bad. Still in of its own, but the oranges indicate areas of 5 to 10 feet. Storm surge red is around 10 to 15 feet, and then the pinks um, are around areas of 15 to 20 feet of storm surge, which is it's a very very bad situation. Storm surge is going to be catastrophic in the area. So yeah, and basically just mainly it's going to be in Acapulco. Acapulco that gets the worst of the conditions, the brunt of the storm, and they already are. Which if they were live views on it, you'd be able to see how bad the flooding is in the region. All right, so let me double check something as well. Yeah, so this is basically what we call the jet interaction. Right over here, where the storm is down here, you can't really see it, but the jet interaction, which is right over here, basically aids in its development, and that's what helped it rapidly develop, stuff like that. You can see it down here. It did have somewhat of an interaction with the jet stream, and yeah, this little low over here is what's steering it this direction right now, which will die out very very quickly before it gets to the area. Yeah, and also we're looking out for another system. This system is 21L, the remnants of it, at least, which could become a tropical storm or maybe even hurricane near Acapulco, the same exact area which got hit. So that's something we need to look out for. It's pretty confident that it will become a tropical storm. Just don't know how strong it'll get afterwards. Something I do want to show as well, though, is the rain threat from Windy. I have not shown this all stream and whatnot. This is showing it's not really that accurate right now. It's not determining how heavy the rainfall is, but as you can see, areas of like 5 inches, 6 inches of rain in the area and stuff, and that's adding on to the feet of storm surge, which can combine both freshwater and saltwater flooding. Let me see if any other models do good. Nope, not really. But yeah, in reality, it's areas of up to 20 inches of flooding could occur, of rain at least. I'd say that's adding another foot and a half of water that could be on roads, stuff like that. Yeah, the system, I'd give it around a 145 mile/hour rating. Actually, around a 140 mile/hour rating, I think would be sufficient enough for this storm right now. As you can see, it's lost some majority of its convection or clouds here. It's starting to fizzle out. The eye is nearly completely gone. It is moving inland very fast. I do not know how fast it's moving actually. It is moving at 10 miles an hour, north-northwest. So let me see if I can get an updated version of this. So here right now I'm trying to load up every single frame. Nope, it's not working right now, but yeah, here it is. You can see it's a little bit of a peak, and then strikes land, and then it starts rapidly weakening, thankfully. This is still a little bit out of date. This is around 17 minutes ago. So it's a little bit further inland, but you can see how far it's been moving inland is around this area right now. So yeah, or it's more of a this kind of direction. It's a little bit over here right now. But yeah, the system is likely still a Category 4, which is bringing very, very strong winds. to the area of Acapulco, and further inland. I don't know how many people are further inland. I'm hoping not a lot. Alright, and here's that other disturbance, the remnants of 21L. Um, it is moving into the area and it is conducive for development. Basically, it supports development in the region there. This system's not a threat to land, thankfully. But yeah, in around 53 minutes or so, we will get the new update from the National Hurricane Center and their intensity that they think all the storms are Tammy and Otis as well. Oh, let me double check something as well. Yep, no one's up right now, but yeah, thanks to everyone who's watching right now to witness this and hopefully spread the word around to others who are getting impacts from this system. Just it's crazy to watch. I can actually here's the eye temperature right now. Let me pull this up. The eye temperature of the storm is around minus 70 degrees Celsius. When earlier it was around zero or like in the positive. So now it's basically just a cloud covering the eye. So that shows how much it's weakened and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, 2 hours ago, you'd see how the eye temperature was around minus 57 or so. But yeah, it's rapidly fell off where there isn't even an eye anymore, and you can see this occur as it's went to the very far western portion of Acapulco. There are other cities it impacts. There's Tierra Colorado. There are the next city to there's lots of cities who are getting hits by it. But the next main one is going to be Pueblo Vieja and Jaleaca de Catalan. I believe those areas are going to be hit worse next. Yeah, you can see on this imagery though all the little bits of mountains like here, here, here. Lots of mountains that are going to tear up the system, which can also result in mudslides. Just very, very dangerous situation. Um, yeah, I mean, like the amount of mudslides that can occur with tropical cyclones is not a joke. With this and the amounts that will occur with a Category 5, we don't know. A Category 5 has never struck Mexico like this, so we do not know the kind of conditions that will result in this. The worst storm that's ever hit this region is this specific spot. It is a Category 1, 85 miles an hour, so we've never had an actual beast of a storm like this hit the area. So yeah, I mean, this is just an unprecedented situation. Hold on. Yeah, but lots of eye wall lightning was detected, which means it is a very powerful system. Well, I am trying to look up what sunrise time is for the area to get a better idea of when they're gonna start waking up, stuff like that. That's what I'm looking at right now. So, hold on. So the area Acapulco, and keep in mind the system will be further away by the time it's sunrise. So they're getting sunrise at 6:34 um, a.m. and that's my time. So that is around so 6:34 a.m. their time's in around 3 hours or so. 3.5 hours they'll finally be getting lights, which will unravel the amount of damages that this system has caused, which is just insane. So yeah, at around 5 a.m. or so, we'll finally be able to look at the overall strength, or overall or 5 a.m. we'll be able to see or 4 a.m. Their time, Central Daylight Time. We'll be able to see the the National Hurricane Center's the official estimates of the storm. Expecting a Category 4, of course. They might go low or high in Cat 3, but I'm mainly expecting a low end to mid range Cat 4 from them. Still gonna be interesting to see what they do. It's around 48 minutes or so until their next update, which their last update was at 2:20 or 1:25 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So that was almost 2 hours ago when it struck, and it is continuing to move further and further inland. Yeah, nearly 2 hours. I got another 15 minutes for the 2 hour mark. Okay, so don't forget though to like the stream, try and share it. We'll try and get it to someone who's in the region, getting impacts, and don't forget to ask lots of questions in the stream chat. Someone asked, "What did I miss? Is Acapulco going to be destroyed?" Um, well, we don't know for certain how much of Acapulco will be destroyed, but it's looking like a big portion of the region will be getting hits with these massive storm surge amounts. Thankfully, most of the area is elevated, so it's going to be most of the coastal areas that's going to be destroyed. Um, Not the whole area, but yeah, it is going to be a catastrophic scenario, which could cause millions of dollars in damage, possibly even $1 billion in damage in the region. That might be a low end estimate. If something like this did hit the United States, it'd reach in the tens of billions of dollars. Since it's a poorer area, it is going to be less damage. Sorry, looking back at the something I do want to talk about as well, though, is Tammy. Tammy is likely a Category 2 at this point. You can see its eye coming together finally. And you can see its interaction with the cold front. This whole line of clouds that extends all the way up towards France and Spain over here. Yeah, it does have a good looking eye, and it is expected to curve towards Bermuda, and then likely will go out towards Florida and the Bahamas, and around this kind of direction. It's going to be a very, very weak storm when it does so. It's just going to be like a little bit of a spin. Well, it's not going to be like rapid rotation. It's going to be a very slow spin. Just mainly little bits of rainfall and stuff like that in the areas. So it's a little bit out of 5 day range. So we're not so certain what it's going to do within that time frame. I am going to actually pull up Tommerberg's website to show the. He has a very good website. I fully suggest checking it out, stuff like that. Does very good job. Oh, okay, it is a Category 2 now, actually, officially. They have upgraded it to Category 2 status, looks like. So that was expected, I'd say. And if I can pull up ensembles or model plots on it. Yeah, so most models have it striking within the next 7 days or so in Florida region. Yeah, but mainly the center of it, we don't know what's going to happen with it. Okay, most models take it either to the right or to the left, and you can see a little bit of a spin. These models take it this way, and these models take it that way, or something. But mostly it's spread 50-50 on whether it's going to go left or right. Although more and more ensembles have been showing it's drifting to the west right here. Interesting enough, they're not showing Florida in the track. But yeah, Category 2, likely to strengthen a little bit more. Can't rule out a major hurricane out of this. I mean, it's still interacting, has good conditions. And here's what we mean by the it's going over to the west towards Florida right here. Going to be a weaker system, though, by the time it does that. Yeah, so D-Ship shows it intensifying briefly. Yeah, it has great conditions, stuff like that. Wind shear's on the rise, though. That's going to be one of the main weakening factors to it, as well as oceanic heat content. Sea surface temperatures on the decline. Everything's worsening for it. So I find it interesting, though, that they upped it to a Category 2 pretty early. I don't know if it's on their website or not to show if it's strengthened. Nope, not on here. Alright, good. Their updated cone did show the warnings, though, in the areas. So, like, it's a very broad area that are getting the very bad conditions and stuff. It's going to die out rapidly, though, which is very good news for the areas. They need it to die out soon. Yes, my AGH, it did hit 2 hours ago. Um, or almost 2 hours. In 7 minutes, it's going to be a 2 hour mark since it struck land, which is going to be that is going to be showing how much it weakened over time. Like if I pull up this imagery or so, this is around the time when it made landfall right over here. This is when it made landfall officially, and we are over here now. So you can see how much of a difference the overall appearance of the storm has taken. It's lost its eye and stuff like that. So it is weakening right now, basically, very very rapidly as well. So it's losing most of its convection. Its highest cloud tops are in the high minus 70s degrees Celsius. So I mean it lost its minus 80s. So yeah, now it's down to the whites and stuff like that. Dvorak as well. You can just see this coloring as well, and at a different scale that we use for satellite estimates. How much of it is lost right now? It lost a whole bunch of the. This is what we call cold medium gray, and then this is white. So it lost the cold medium gray, and then it lost the white as well. So yeah, it's a quickly weakening system, thankfully. Just hit land, so it is. Oh geez, okay. Yeah, thank you for everyone who's tuning in and stuff like that. Someone asked, did it hit as a Cat 5? Yes, officially it hit with winds of 165 miles an hour. So to put that in comparison, Patricia struck as 150 miles an hour. So this is 15 miles an hour stronger than Patricia did when it hit land, which is just crazy to think about the big comparison of intensities. And this is the first time ever a Category 5 has struck Mexico from the Pacific side, this side. There has only been one other Cat 5 to strike Mexico, and that's over here, which is a different basin entirely, and this was 1988. So you can see how long of a difference that is from now and this is the first time ever a Cat 5 has struck the region. The last time a system has struck were near Acapulco as a hurricane was in the 1950s. I believe 1957 or something, and it was only a Category 1, 85 miles an hour. And this nearly doubles its wind, so the impacts are going to be insane with this. I do notice a lot more people are joining the stream. Welcome. We are doing something as well, like the stream and stuff. Share it if you can. Get the word out. So the overall winds from this was over 260 kilometers per hour. Yeah. Someone says that Acapulco also has an almost bowl shape with lots of hills. So in addition to the storm surge, there's going to be the flow back from the hills, along with the real risk of mudslides. Yes. So if we look at this imagery right over here, you can see what I mean. It's a surrounding area of mountains and stuff like that, where the areas can just the mudslides can just fall down and stuff down overland and stuff when there's enough moisture and the much water and stuff. Right. Yeah, I do notice lots of people are joining the stream. So with that, I did want to say that we're doing something where one new subscriber is $1 donated to the area. This ends November 1st. So yeah, I mean we've started this a while back in August. So yeah, it's ending soon. We've donated lots of money so far, $138 in total, and we're about to do another round of donating. Hopefully, our goal is to get around $200 in total throughout the year. That'd be very, very helpful to the areas. So yeah, one new subscriber is $1 donated. So if you click on the button, that's just automatically basically $1. We're at 176 right now in total. Of course, if you want to help, if you don't, that's fine. But You know, it 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 it, it doesn't really matter though. I mean, it is just still a powerful system striking the area. And one of the main questions that we receive a lot is, how did it intensify this fast? Um, it's mainly due to a trough, which is basically this dryer. This is moist, or like this is relative humidity. The whites are very, very moist environments. Okay, so like of course the hurricane is very moist, but the blacks are the drier areas. So this is the trough right here, and then we have a little bit of a spin, as you can see right over here, doing a little bit of light spin. This is what we call an upper level low. Basically, if we're looking at it horizontally like this, and then this is the surface area, and then this is the sky. Um, the uh, the hurricane is spinning in this direction right here, but an upper level low is basically up here. In terms of where it is. Oh, my bad. Hold on. Give me a moment to draw this actually. So basically, this is up here, and if you were looking at it like a low level circulation, this is low level and this is mid level, or mid level circulation, stuff like that, or an upper level low. So yeah, these help it intensify very rapidly. So that's why the system blew up. Another thing though is the wind shear. Um, doesn't seem like I have it up here. I'll pull it up on stream shortly, just to show its overall impact, stuff like that. Give me one moment to do this, and this will show what I mean with in terms of wind shear rapidly decreasing. Alright, so here if we go to this top right graph, this is where we see in the very first point, you can see how rapidly this wind shear was supposed to increase. But now in the latest frames, you can see how now it is not increasing. It's a steady little level, which that makes it worse in terms of intensification. That's why you can see all models started rapidly uptrending, but it was a little bit too late by the point it did that. It was intensifying very quickly. But yeah, sea surface temperatures are typically never a problem with these kind of storms. Same thing with mid-level relative humidity, that kind of stuff. So yeah, it was mainly the wind shear that tried to prevent it. But now that wind shear was gone, that gave it the perfect opportunity to explode. Someone said you're likely one of the only people covering it. Yeah, I mean, Gunmetal Raven, can you tell me the channel that went or stopped streaming or whatever? Just want to know, because I noticed that we're getting a large influx of viewers right now. Nobody said I tried looking up historical mudslides or floods, but can only find things of earthquakes. Yeah. Generations from this area have not experienced anything like this. Yes, that's Acapulco hurricane, 1950s. Let me see. It was. Sorry, guys. Give me a moment. I will find this storm. Trust me. Okay. Oh, here it is. Hold on. I think it is here at least. Yeah, right here. This storm right here was the only storm to have mainly struck Acapulco, and it's hits as a Category 1 with 85-mile-an-hour winds right here. This was the only other storm that we've seen that's mainly hit the area at hurricane strength. And considering the fact that this was 1951, so around 82 years ago, this is when the storm, or no, or 72 years ago, my bad, this storm struck. So just imagine just imagine the impacts that could happen now. Back then, it wasn't as populated. If I look up Acapulco population in 1950s or whatever, and their population was around 30,000 or so, whereas now it's up to here we go, in the 1950s. It was around 30,000 at the time, but now it's all the way up to around 1 million right now, which is crazy in that area. Um, and so, a lot more people are getting impacts. They've never really experienced this. And another bad thing that I can't imagine if there's a death that is or an injury that's occurred with this. There was lots of times though people may think that when they're in the eye, the clear conditions, they don't know it's the eye and they think it's just the storm's over, so they'll go outside, look at the damage, stuff like that, and not realize that it's coming back. Thankfully though, lots of people are asleep, so they're not going to be outside most of the time. But you can't imagine, or you can imagine that someone might have gotten injured doing that. Out of the a million people that are there. Um, so they're really hoping they don't do that. Alright, someone says they go almost every year there and don't remember anything like it around there. Well, yeah. I mean, it is just a catastrophe that's playing out for us right now. Nothing has ever been like this before. Um, so it is one of the worst situations to have ever happened in the area. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna be streaming this whole time. Only get around 15 minutes of sleep, but I am going to be focused on this and delivering accurate information on what is happening in the regions. I do want to thank our next subscriber here. So now our total of money donated is up to $177 in the area now, just for overall hurricane season relief. But yeah, you can clearly see though how quickly the storm deteriorated right before landfall, and most of the cloud tops are disappearing. Also, we have yeah, it is it made landfall around 2 hours ago, 2 hours and 4 minutes ago. So yeah, it's weakening right now, thankfully. Gradually, slowly but gradually, it is weakening. Um, and if I pull up another imagery just to show the slow weakening of the system, here it is when it made landfall, roughly. Here, let me go back to the start exactly. So this was around landfall right here, 3 minutes after landfall. And so if we skip ahead, and also real quick notes, the National Hurricane Center update comes out in 30 minutes right now. So we'll get a new update on the intensity estimates, stuff like that, just to see how strong the storm is. Yeah, right here you can see it's moving inland, and most of those clouds are just disappearing. So yeah, it's mainly fizzling out very quickly. And this is due to the mountainous terrain in the region, which is thankfully weakening it. So that was one of the main reasons why it is weakened so quickly. And also that's another reason why it's weakened right before striking land. You'll notice how typically when the storm weakens, the eye needs to be over land. But here you can see how the eye didn't touch land yet, and it still was weakening, which is due to the mountainous terrain. So if mountains are here, it treats it as if the eye is already over land. The mountainous terrain tears up the system, which it's a double-edged sword in Mexico. And while it does weaken it very rapidly, it is a very bad catastrophe in terms of mudslides. So it is a very big double-edged sword in the region. I'm really hoping that's not a lot of damage will occur. Okay, hold on. Tammy is developing an eye very quickly. Right now you can see that smoothed out eye appearing. Don't think there's any big things in terms of satellite estimates. This is a satellite estimate we use. I mean, you can see a little bit of an eye that started to form earlier. Very interesting to see its development phase. I am going to double check real quick off stream what satellite estimate this, or what intensity this would be right now. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me double check the Dvorak technique, our satellite estimates. Right, light gray embed with off-white eye. This is around T5.5, so Dvorak 2 miles per hour. Yeah, officially this would be, our Dvorak shows major hurricane out of this. I'd still say around 105, 110 miles an hour. I don't think it's a major hurricane just yet. I think it needs to strengthen just a tad bit more, and then maybe it will reach major status. Just as pulling, if you track this before, an epsilon of 2020. Anyways, going back over to Otis, you can see its current intensity hasn't updated yet. Um, they've had it at 165 miles an hour, 923 millibars at landfall. So yeah, the strongest landfall that's ever hit Mexico. Hold on, let me actually look up Hurricane Gilbert. This storm struck, let me look at its landfall intensity. Um, Hold on. That's that landfall. Alright, so this is the strongest landfall to has ever strike Mexico. Ever. A 165 mile an hour landfall is the strongest in recorded history in the whole entire basin. Or in the whole entire country. So it doesn't matter if it's in the Atlantic or Pacific. As Gilbert has made landfall with winds of 160 miles an hour, this one did 165. Third place goes to Patricia. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Let me actually look up Hurricane Janet real quick. This one actually might have taken the. I don't know if it struck Mexico or Belize. Let me look at its landfall intensity. Alright, here we go. Give me a moment, guys. Hold on. Alright, so this one, never mind. It's not these. Never mind. Pause. Hold on. It's not the strongest Mexican landfall. It's the second strongest, okay? The first one was 1955, which was the first, or which was very, very long ago. Almost as long ago as the 1951 storm struck, which is, very long ago. Shows how historic this kind of situation is. But yeah, another thing I do want to talk about though is how. Oh wait, hold on. Let me see this. Oh well, thank you everyone who's joining in. Like the positivity. Um, Seeing there was some footage from inside the hospital. Oh wow, windows broken, all that stuff. Okay. Jordan M, what's up, Chase? Great coverage, man. Thank you. Yeah, I try to do my best. I'm a silly girl. Not a good week for sleep for anyone. I appreciate your coverage. Thank you. Yeah, I do my. I try and do my best now. Yeah, I mean, not a good sleep schedule, but afterwards I will have an amazing sleep. But priorities. My priorities are pretty much set in stone. That I'd rather track these kind of storms than worry about sleeping and stuff. I'd like to try and inform others about what's going on, and hopefully, even if it just calms down a single person in the area and gives them information about what's happening in the region, even if it's just a single person that I can help, I'd be happy. Um, so yeah, I'd be extraordinarily happy. Um, so yeah, let me see. In 4 hours, they'll wake up to chaos. Yeah, maybe even less. I mean, sunrise in that area is in around 3 hours or so, or 4 hours. Just so yeah, 3 to 4 hours. Yeah, they're going to be waking up to chaos. So the trees down, power lines down, houses could be collapsed, windows shattered, everything. It is a catastrophic scenario taking place in the region. Um, uh, Alright, so someone did give me a question in my Discord server. If you all want to join my Discord server, I'll actually send in the link right here. If you do have Discord, it is a um, or if you do have Discord, it is a friendly server. So yeah, it is a server with over 700 members and stuff. I mostly respond in streams to the YouTube comments, but if you ever want to join in a live stream with me, commentate on it, just reach out to me on Discord. All right, so yeah, something I do want to talk about though with this is the let me see. It is someone asks is I'd like to ask, but if 21L, 21L is the is 21L is the storm that struck Nicaragua, like a day or so ago, and this thing is heading out towards the Eastern Pacific. It's here and it has a 60% chance at formation. And someone asked uh, if it becomes a tropical storm in the Eastern Pacific. Um, I think they mean if it becomes a tropical storm in the Eastern Pacific, after it, if it does become a tropical storm, would it keep the name, or tropical depression? If it becomes 21L, would it keep the name, or would it become a different storm? Like the next one would be. Let me double check the next name. It would be 19E. Would it be designated 19E, or would it be designated as 21L? I do not know. There hasn't been a case like this where a tropical depression crosses over like this. I believe they'll uh, give it a 19E designation no matter what. They do that no matter what. They'll give it a number like that. So it will likely be referred to as 21L/19E. But that will become, when it forms as a tropical storm, it would be named Pillar, or whatever the name is next. So yeah, that's what it would be named as next. Oh, whoa, okay, hold on. Yeah, so, power has been out for a while, yeah, and how utterly unprepared they were. So yes, another thing that I'd like to talk about though with that is the amounts of how awful the evacuation efforts were, in this, and it's no one's fault. It's mainly that forecasts are good. Okay, if they mess up, that's forecasts are not always meant to be good all the time. It's a fortunate thing when they are correct. Um, but this model run, no one really knew how strong it would be. So it wasn't until 12 hours or 24 hours before landfall, roughly, uh, that us cyclone trackers in the Discord server, started noticing that something's up with this, and that it is going to be beginning to rapidly intensify. We didn't think it was going to reach Category 5 status, not at all. It took until around 12 hours before it struck land that the National Hurricane Center started rapidly ramping up things, starting to say how much of a life-threatening situation this is. And afterwards, that's when you were able to see the evacuations taking place, which that's already when conditions were deteriorating. So you can only imagine if there were injuries or deaths with this as they were trying to evacuate with car crashes or whatnots. I mean, it is just an awful scenario with them trying to leave. All right. So yeah, I mean, you could see it on traffic cams and stuff like that in the area, seeing them trying to evacuate. Someone did ask, geez, another one? Yes, there is, this system will likely become our next storm right over here. This disturbance has a good shot at doing so, and it may be another threat to the region. Not a Category 5 threat. I do not think so. I think it's just going to be a tropical storm as it approaches the coastline. But yeah, you can see both systems on this imagery. You have both your Hurricane Otis very clear, and then you have your little disturbance of tropical depression or remnants of 21L. So yeah, they're pretty close to one another right now. Radar imagery you can see on here. Pretty hard to tell, but yeah, there's definitely rainfall out to sea. Also, something I did want to notice, I've noticed how there's a big squall line occurring in Texas right now. That's interesting to look at. Yeah, so we have, there's 4 weather events occurring or 5 actually if I zoom out Right over here, we got a major snowstorm. We have a Category 2 Hurricane Tammy. We have a Category 5 Otis, which is weakening right now. And we do have, a disturbance out here. It is starting to turn daylights now in parts of Capo Verde, um, which means soon we'll be in the daylights area. Or me at least, in southeastern Florida. But eventually it's going to be daylight, and that's going to be a big wake up call for the region to see how bad the conditions are in the area. Just overall, in an awful scenario taking place. There's no other words to describe it other than catastrophic. And we know it's going to be catastrophic before the damage is revealed. It should be a very clear case that is catastrophic then when it does that. Um, so yeah, just oh my god, it's been an insane situation just tracking it, and I mean it is expected to be a 120 mile an hour major hurricane still in around 3 hours or so, which is still a very strong storm, and the fact that it's over land is says enough. Though a Category 3 winds over land in this kind of area, which is pretty rare, to have a major hurricane that far inland. But yeah, when something hits as a record-breaking storm in the Pacific, it's going to last for quite some time. Thankfully, though, it will die out within the next should die out completely within the next 24 hours. Um, so yeah, looking out at 24 hours, it would be roughly in this area, and it should completely die. Just a little bit of a rainmaker in the area. Um, stuff. Thank you, saying Jesus bless you all. Yep, thank you. Just praying for everyone to be okay in the region. Me and the team, it was a very crazy scenario. Just watching this, seeing how it was likely gonna. I remembered around a couple days ago we were looking at it and seeing it could reach Category 1 status. That was before the National Hurricane Center gave it that chance. And then we were looking at it, and then yesterday, I keep forgetting how late I'm staying up, but yesterday morning or yesterday towards noontime, that's when we started seeing, it is going to blow up microwave imagery, which microwave imagery is basically just a path showing the core. It's like a satellite imagery path that, shows a certain area, which would show like this area of the storm. It doesn't show the whole world, but basically it acts as underneath, like, clouds cover the rain and stuff. You've seen radar imagery and stuff. It's basically radar, but underneath, it's basically radar for the storm. And normally with radar, you get it every so often, like every 3 minutes or so. This one, it can take days for you to get a pass to show how strong the structure is. Thankfully, though, we had a pass, which was why we were able to get in. We were, at Hurricane Chaser Chase, our team, we were able to try and get the warnings out earlier on how bad of a scenario this was going to be. But yeah, we didn't think it was going to be this bad though, at all. Not to any stretch of the imagination. We were thinking, it might be a Cat 4 at max. But yeah, it defied our expectations and became a very, very powerful storm. No one could have really expected something out of this strong. Category 4 could have been reasonable to predict yesterday at noontime to yesterday evening, but not a Category 5. This stuff was not expected. Nothing would inhibit its intensification. No eye wall replacement cycle, which basically weakens storms. None of that. Just perfect symmetrical storm. Perfect appearance. Nothing to stop it. Alright, so the new update will be out in 13 minutes to see what intensity the National Hurricane Center will go. Alright, here, let me do something real quick. Gotta do a little bit of a poll, I think. I don't know. I guess I could just do this. Yep. I just want to make sure all of you are subscribing or whatnot. We are doing something where one subscriber equals $1 donated to the area. So yeah, if you do subscribe, that is going to be providing relief to the area. Alright, someone says I'm an emergency and disaster management student. This is absolutely wild. Yes, it is certainly a case study. There's going to be lots of research done on this in the future to determine. Um, there's something that we call in meteorology and stuff that's called jet interactions, which I'm sure you've all heard of the jet stream. It's basically just like your typical little bit of a wind thingy that goes around, which can have winds of up to like 200 miles an hour, which are of course way above the surface. No one gets the effects of the jet stream, but the jet stream can rapidly intensify storms such as Otis, and yeah, the situation is going to be uh, hold on, it's sorry, what was I talking about? My bad. Yeah. So yeah, the jet stream and stuff. It's a very fine line. Jet streams can kill storms off, but they can also aid in rapid intensification. And so there will likely be studies done on this, because that needs to be a new forecast thing to predict these kind of interactions to see how quickly these things intensify, stuff like that. Um, really need to predict this kind of stuff. But man, this is just insane to look at. But yeah, this is definitely gonna be a case study done. Someone says I've seen it's downgraded, but nothing official yet. And yes, it is. Norwegian earthquaker. It likely peaked out as a Cat 5 briefly, as around 165. My opinion, it's around 175 miles an hour roughly. But it is weakening now. So Acapulco got hammered very heavily. Alright, let me see if the new update came out officially, because they do typically like to release it early. Alright, Tammy's new advisory is out. Tammy strengthens over the open Atlantic, forecast to become a powerful extratropical cyclone. Alright, got a new update. Damaging hurricane-force winds spreading inland over southern Mexico. Heavy rainfall and flash flooding occurring over portions of southern Mexico. They've downgraded it to 130 mile an hour Cat 4. It is weakening now, thankfully, but it is still an insane scenario in the region. It is. Oh my God. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Did not expect this many viewers to come in. But yeah, it is a 50 mile an hour massive storm right now, or sorry, not 50, 130 mile an hour massive storm that is still weakening. It is a Category 4 right now. We'll get a new cone out soon, and we can actually see what they're forecasting. Well, first let's look at Tammy, because that's another thing people are watching out for. Tammy is expected to be a hurricane equivalent post-tropical cyclone. They're predicting a 105 mile an hour peak. Interesting. But yeah, basically this storm out here will go towards Bermuda, and thankfully, it might head towards Florida, but that's about it. It's pretty uncertain where it's gonna go. Um, Let me see if they do any threats or anything. Yeah, mainly swells in the British and U.S. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, that area. That's about it for that. Let me see if we're on Advisory 13 or not. Here we go, Advisory 13 just came out. Let me look at the threats to land right now. Still, let me double check. Yep, 8 to 16 inches with maximum amounts of up to 20 inches. But here, I'm going to look at the forecast cone. Alright, they have it dying out basically within 24 hours or so. As a remnant low inland. Waiting on the new forecast cone to come out. The graphic, at least. And just waiting on that to come out. But while that's going on, I'll read the key messages from this. As you know, there's of course lots of them. Here we go. So, damaging hurricane force winds will spread inland over southern Mexico this morning, with extremely destructive winds near the core during the next few hours. Life-threatening storm surge will continue along the coast of southern Mexico this morning in areas of onshore winds within the hurricane warning near the coast. The surge will be accompanied by large and dangerous waves. And at number three, heavy rains from Otis will continue to impact areas of southwest Mexico through Thursday. This rainfall will produce flash flood and urban flooding along with mudslides, the deadliest part of this, mainly in areas of higher terrain. Right, so that's showing the overall key messages to note about the storm. But now let's dive more into these key hazards and stuff. The key messages for Otis. Wind damaging hurricane force winds will spread inland over southern Mexico this morning, with extremely destructive winds near the core during the next few hours. Winds speeds atop uh, and on the windward sides of hills of mountains, and often up to 30% stronger than the near surface winds. Okay, so 30%. Let's say it's 130 miles an hour times or 130 times 1.3. That could be up to 170 mile an hour winds up very high. So that's what they're talking about there in their discussion there. Yeah, so advisory and in some elevated locations could be even greater. Right, storm surge, life-threatening storm surge will continue along the coast of southern Mexico this morning in areas of onshore winds within the hurricane warning. Near the coast, the surge will be accompanied by large and dangerous waves. The storm surge should be weakening or lowering now, which is good. Um, it should be peaking now at around 50 to 20 feet high, which is just catastrophic. But now that the core of it is leaving, there it should be lowering. All right, rainfall. Otis is expected to produce rainfall totals of 8 to 16 inches, with maximum amounts of 20 inches through Thursday across Guerrero and the western coastal sections of Oaxaca. This rainfall will produce flash and urban flooding along with mudslides, there it is once again, in areas of higher terrain. Now, surf, this is swells and stuff, it it's a minor thing, it's rip current stuff. Swells generated by Otis will affect portions of the southern coast of Mexico during the next day or so. These swells are likely to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. Please consult products from your local weather office. But yeah, these are the main primary hazards affecting land. Do you want to mention the discussion though on this? This will let me look at stream real quick to see if there's anything. Yeah, it is still a Cat 4 right now. Tammy may hit the United States. That's all right. So would it be possible for the remnants of Otis to join that squall line? No, I doubt it. Otis is gonna die real quickly. All right, so here we go. Satellite data indicated that Otis continued to strengthen to near the time of landfall in southern Mexico. Subjective Dvorak data T numbers were around T7.5 or around 160 miles an hour, around 04 to 5Z, while raw objective ADT numbers were in the 7.2 to 7.6 range between about 1 to 5Z. Based on that data, Otis is estimated to have made landfall around 625 UTC as a Category 5 with maximum sustained winds of 145 knots or 165 miles an hour. The core of the hurricane moved onshore in the greater Acapulco area. Now that the center of Otis has moved inland, weakening has begun and the initial intensity has been lowered down to 115 knots for this advisory. Rapid weakening will occur during the next 12 to 24 hours as Otis moves over the rugged terrain of southern Mexico. However, damaging hurricane force winds are likely to spread inland through this morning, and heavy rainfall and flash flooding is also likely to spread inland over portions of southern Mexico. The circulation of Otis is forecast to dissipate over the mountains of southern Mexico tonight or Thursday. Alright, a hurricane is moving north-northwestward or 345 degrees at 9 knots or around 10 miles an hour. A ridge to the northeast of Otis and a trough to the west of the storm should continue to shear the cyclone north-northwestward until dissipation occurs tonight. The NHC track forecast is similar to, but a little faster than the previous advisory, because the system has been speeding up a little bit. Here's its forecast now. It's a little bit outdated here. But here it is right now, expected to be 70 miles an hour here and dissipate. over Michoacan, that area, should die out in this area. So I doubt it's going to be merging with a squall line at all. I mean, it is way too far. So yeah, 700 miles. And keep in mind, this is within 24 hours or so. So it is going to be way. It's like the rain or this whole squall line will be dead by the time it reaches this area. Something else to note, though, that I do want to reiterate again, though, is that we are doing a fundraiser thing where it's one new subscriber equals $1 donated. So be sure to subscribe. That really helps out a lot for the channel and also will help out those who are getting impacts from the storm. I do want to check if there's any updates in terms of our amounts. 791. Wow, okay, we've gained lots more since then, so that's brought our count up to $186. Thank you all so much for that. Yeah, but in around 2 minutes or so, we'll get into the 4 a.m. Central Daylight Time, 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, so we'll get into the next hour of the day. So yeah, just real quick question though, how is everyone liking the stream and stuff? Is it informative for you all? Is it helpful? Is it, how are you liking it all? Like, is it, basically just, are you liking the stream? Is it informative for you all? That kind of stuff. I noticed that lots of people are watching my stream, and it's broken my record for most people watching a stream. I am going to announce on my Discord server, the code, stuff like that. Alright, I am going to announce code pink again in my Discord server. So I thank you for saying I'm doing a good job and stuff like that. I really appreciate the feedback. Then that makes me able to stay for so long on a stream. Alright, so in the background I am doing a code system. So that's why you may not see anything for around 5 minutes or so. As I am doing something that I do mostly every day or so. Let's see. Alright, so this is how I determine if things are code red, code whatever. Alright, that's 120. Alright, so that is a Alright, let me do this as well. Alright, now I'm going to check out, see, what's the other storms? We do have, Tammy. I will show my thing shortly, don't worry. That storm. Alright, so yeah, now I'm going to show my screen on here. This shows us the, rainfall estimates. I'm going to take a look at that real quick with, Tammy. Don't think there's much. Yeah, not really anything. But I am going to look at populations to see how many people are in warnings roughly. Or getting impacts at least. So this is what I use a lot to determine how many people are under warning, stuff like that. As you can see though, now it's just a hurricane warning issued for the area. So it's through like that little bend over there. So let me look at that on here. So basically this whole area is getting really bad conditions, and this is what I use to determine roughly how many people are in the warnings and stuff like that. It does take a little bit of time to load, shouldn't take more than 10 more seconds to finally load. It's just loading it because it has a large population area. Here we go. Geez, 2.3 million people are getting affected by this. Um, Let me add this. Hold on. Alright, so let me double check. Yeah, Otis is one of the worst codes ever. Hold on. I am going to announce that shortly. Alright, hold on. I am going to announce that soon. Alright, sorry guys, give me a moment. I am almost ready to do this. Alright. We do hold on, I do not know what to do with this. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Let me get a satellite loop on it. Alright, it's just saving it. One. Almost ready. Don't worry, guys. I am almost ready once again. Alright, so let me just post this in. Nope, seems like it did not save it, so give me one more moment. Let me save the GIF or GIF, however you want to pronounce it. Um, it's gonna take just a tad bit of time, sadly. No, actually, oops, I did the wrong scale. I needed it 30 frames, 15 frames per second. Alright, hold on. Let me do this. This is gonna be crazy. I'm doing an ad everyone pinging my Discord server because of this. Let me get a discussion ready to copy and paste. Where is it? It's the National Hurricane Center's thing. Alright, let me copy and paste this. Alright. Oh, jeez, 700 people. There we go. And here we go. Alright, so there we go. Now I posted it. Alright, now let me share the stream real quick on here. Alright, so let me go back to streaming now. Alright, there we go. So, video storm surge of up to 4 feet deep, a few blocks inland near Avendetta University, okay. But the sheer force of that wind, the surface of the building, the storm surge at the bottom, it's no wonder it felt like an earthquake. Oh yeah, yep. You know, you got high winds on the top, storm surge on the bottom. It is an awful scenario that's happening right now. Yeah, there's also footage of the hospital. Yeah. See the rain flying and stuff. Let me look more of this. Water seeping in on 8th floor. What? Wow. I'll tell you now, it's going to be blown out window. Oh, yep. Acapulco, they're going to be waking up soon. It's 4 a.m., so I mean, we're getting close to the point where they're going to be waking up to a catastrophic scenario. They'll be seeing, trees down, power lines down, buildings could be collapsed, storm surge, just very, very bad. Windows, nearly every single window blown out. Um, just a awful situation, and I mean the flooding is going to be insane with this kind of storm. Do not know how are they going to cope with these kind of conditions. Right. But yeah, I mean them waking up right now, or whenever they wake up, it is catastrophic. And they'll be seeing the awful impacts in the region. It is crazy to think about it. Like if you were put in that kind of scenario that you're going to be, or if you evacuated and you're coming home and you don't know what you're going to see. I mean, the problem is though, not a lot of people will be able to see, or not a lot of people were able to get warned and leave on. All right, so yeah, all right, here we go. But the area that yeah, again, if you put your waking up might not be accurate. Don't think those poor folks got to sleep. The pressured up in the wind. Well, here's the thing though, most of them might not even realize that this was coming. And I've been hearing lots of talks about people in the region who have been telling me that they've been there's not really been a lot of talks on it. People have been acting like it's a normal day. Um, and news outlets have been pretty slow to catch up with the information. When it was around a high in Cat 4, they were going Category 3, saying that it's just strengthened. So yeah, lots of people weren't taking it as seriously as they should because they weren't provided the information as much. So I mean, some might be sleeping right now, not realizing what the heck is happening. Some of them might have woken up to the sounds of glass shattering. Um, One can only imagine what they're going through right now. Yeah, people thought this was only going to be a tropical storm at its peak, and I mean, I thought it was too in the very first advisory. It looked like it was going to be a weak tropical storm heading out to sea. Then we got the tropical storm watches, got the hurricane watches, with the tropical storm warnings, and then upgraded to finally hurricane warnings in the area. It was an insane scenario seeing its play out and stuff. I don't really think there's faults on any side at all. I don't think anyone made a mistake. I think it was just the forecasts weren't, uh, the forecasts, we weren't able to forecast this. Which it's a very bad scenario when it's heading towards land. Typically, when these scenarios take place, they're out to sea. Like you'd expect maybe a Category 1 out to sea, but then it becomes a Category 5 monster. But with these kind of storms, they can, when it's hitting land, it's much more deadly. I don't really know how many deaths we could estimate from this. It is just completely catastrophic. Right, hold on. Let me. Yeah. So actually, Hurricane Dean might have made landfall in Mexico. Hold on. I'm gonna search this up real quick. Hold on. Because this might have been actually the last Category 5 to strike. Yeah, okay, that is the last Category 5. My bad. Alright, new information came out. 2007 was the last time a Category 5 struck Mexico. Or 2007, yeah. Alright, so, but there's never ever been a Category 5 to strike on this side of the, basically the Pacific side. So if I zoom out here, the only Category 5 landfalls that we've had in Mexico are over here. Never has there ever been one in all of this part of Mexico, basically. Um, Not at all. In the whole entire, this whole entire region has never received a Category 5 landfall ever. So that this whole entire Pacific basin. So this is why this is making so much history as a Category 5 landfall. Someone asked, how fast did this intensify? Um, let's see if I go around to its peak. This is technically 165 right over here. If I go back a day earlier, it was around 50 miles an hour. So it increased by around 115 miles an hour in around a day or so. And if you bring that out to like maybe around 12-hour intensification rates, that was when it was likely a hurricane category 1. So 75 to 165 increased by 90 miles an hour in 12 hours. Very, very rapid pace. And then if you go over to 6 hours, though, to the 165, down to around 5 o'clock, or maybe just a little bit earlier, like, yeah, because it went from tropical storm to Category 5 very, very quickly. I mean, that was just seen there. Alright, someone asked about Patricia. Patricia is actually the only storm that has beaten its intensification record. This is tied with fastest intensification in the Pacific, and it's tied with Patricia. Which that can just go to show how strong of a storm this is. But yeah, other than this, there's never been a major storm like this to strike the region. Alright, hold on. No, it was not a Category 5 last week or anything. Um, we've had other storms near that status. But yeah, Patricia was a monster. But still, you think Patricia as the 215 mile an hour storm that it was, but it only struck as 150 miles an hour. They were mostly spared. But this area is going to be getting hit with much, much worse winds, as in 165 miles an hour. That's 15 miles an hour higher than Patricia was at landfall. Which makes this just a complete catastrophic scenario. Right, it is 4:16 a.m. Central Daylight Time, and yeah, Hurricane Otis has struck lands. It is a very bad situation, and it is approaching mainland Guerrero, and then over to Michoacan or Michoacana or Michoacan. My bad. Sorry for the mispronunciation. And they're also talking about Mississippi or what or weather map shows it's around 14-mile-an-hour winds in the area. That is not accurate. If you're looking at like there's sites like Windy that will show you this kind of thing. Like it will make it seem like it's active winds, and no, there are not. There are not let me pull it. 36 mile an hour winds occurring here. These are model data inputs, but if you pull up wind observations, this is somewhat more accurate. Okay, this is right now 51 mile an hour gusts near Acapulco. I don't know. Oh, yeah, the weather station's still working. But yeah, they did get get an 88 mile an hour wind gust, which is crazy for these kinds of systems. As in, this is not including the exact area which it struck, or I mean like the because the highest winds can be mostly anywhere. There was a ship here. Interesting. That was a while back. We had showed 37 mile an hour winds. But yeah, other than this though, in Acapulco, there's no real stations to look at. There's only an airport, and then there's one on this little island over here. But this is elevated as well, so yeah, those are the main only observations we mainly look at. Yeah, the pictures coming out from Twitter are heartbreaking. I don't think I could pull them up on stream because of copyright stuff. Um, yeah, but Gray Bear, what do you mean by MS? I do not know what that is. Oh yeah, oh yeah, you're welcome. Alright, but yeah, oops, my computer's lagging on the base on how many observations there are. Yeah, satellite imagery, you can see the storm moving further inland. Is that developing an eye? I don't think so. If that is, that's a good case so that we know where the center is. Let me look on here. No, that's a little bit too far north of where it actually is. So let me actually pull this up again. Oh, wrong storm. Hey, but speaking of which, Tammy is looking very, very nice. It's a Category 2, maybe approaching major status. Alright, but anyways, back over to Otis. Yeah, here it is. That's not an eye anymore. That's just weaker parts of the storm. Its center is nearly basically over Pueblo Vallejo. So yeah, sadly there's no real estimates in the area, and all cameras are down. Sadly, yeah, if you see that's an hour 37 minutes ago. This one's 2 hours 5 minutes ago. So our closest camera is this one up here. This is Vaca. Not much, but you can see how maybe some rain is falling, stuff like that. Doubts they. Let me check if they have. No, it's not live imagery, sadly. I don't know if they show winds. Right, they do somewhat, I guess. I don't know about that, but I don't know what 1.3 meters per second to miles per hour is. All right, 3 miles an hour. Okay. So it's definitely likely a lot stronger than that. Oh, you're talking about Microsoft's okay weather app. You know, I mean, most apps when they're showing an estimated wind, they're likely way off what it actually is. Oh whoa, we reached our first time ever reaching 63 concurrent viewers. Wow. I'm guessing you all are liking this a lot. Yeah, but be sure to like the stream, subscribe to get the for more money donated. We're nearing 800 subscribers. Can we reach it by the end of the stream? We're at 799. Who is going to be our 800th subscriber? I do not know. This is a very very bad situation. I mean, I'm gonna check We should get the 800th subscriber pretty soon. Yeah, so be sure to subscribe, become our 800th subscriber. That'd be very helpful. And because right now our money donated is, let me do a calculation real quick, $194. So this is a lot more than earlier. Oh, thank you. You're nailing it, bud. Nobody else is really covering this. Thank you. That really helps a lot. Alright, here, let me do this. And I am going to send in the Discord link as well. And just for people who want to chat with other people, if you ever want to be informed of a cyclone hitting your area or other weather events like winter weather, severe weather, all that kind of stuff, you can join the Discord server. Oh, my bad. Hold on. I did that wrong. Oops. Amazing weather Discord. So that's the link if you want to join. We have around 700 members in that server. So one of the largest weather discords. If you'd like to chat with other people, though, that's the place to go. Let me see if we've reached our, on another tab real quick, the 800 subscriber. We've gone into 801. We have reached, wow. Thank you so much, everyone. We have reached, see, we have reached 800 subscribers. Thank you. My God. That is crazy how fast the sub count went up today. We're 200 away from our 1,000 mark. Can we reach it this stream? I doubt it, but that'd be nice. Anyways, though, back over to Otis. You can see how much the cloud tops, in terms of convection, has diminished. We're getting down to the reds, those kind of colors. We're losing most of the blacks and whites that we once had. Looks like there are some convective bursts appearing. You'll notice over here, which could be adding more heavy rainfall rates. Thankfully, somewhat missing the Acapulco area, but it is going a little bit more east of it. And this shows it is developing banding, which does make this this does make it a little bit worse. The banding means that it's going to prolong the rain event when it comes ashore. So initially we were looking at just a perfectly symmetrical cyclone almost, and basically once that was gone, all the heavy rain, like you see how Acapulco is almost out of it right now. They are almost out of the conditions, but now we're going to get more rain in the area, which these are areas with heavy rainfall rates, which were already hitting the area, but now it's getting a lot worse. These are very heavy amounts of rainfall. These aren't just like just clouds. These are very heavy rainfall rates. So this one's a little bit close. It's a little bit to the east of Acapulco, but thankfully they should remain to the east mostly. Alright, someone says, are hurricanes just really fat tornadoes? No, they are not. Okay, they spin around and stuff, but they do not. They are not like tornadoes at all. Mostly, they're just they're cyclones, or like they're just things. They're low pressures that are organized, basically. Whereas a tornado is just a spin in the atmosphere that causes a little bit of a rotation on the surface. Whereas this one is a surface that extends, hundreds of miles sometimes. But yeah, another thing to note though is that the eye, you can see how quickly it started closing right before landfall. It still was an eye over land, but yeah, now you can see how the eye's gone, right? You cannot track the eye anymore after it struck land and stuff. It is likely now a Category 3. I could see an estimate of 125 miles an hour, or 120. Will the remains of Otis trek north to the Arizona-Mexico border? I doubt it. if I pull up model runs on it to show you the forecast, if I go, and this does show a lot less than what it should. They've downtrended the model runs. It will zoom up north, but I mean it shouldn't make it there. The mountainous terrain is too long for it to make it there. Something like Norma though, their rainfall could have reached it, but I mean it's just based on how far away it is from the area and the mountainous terrain that separates it. Something I do want to point out though is this is the remnants of 21L. The GFS likes to overdo it, so take this with a grain of salt. They take it as a hurricane, possibly a major hurricane near Acapulco, but I believe it's only going to be like a tropical storm or so. I know you're all on high alerts. I do not expect this to become a Category 5. I know you might be thinking like, oh, well, this one wasn't. Um, but no, I don't think that this is going to be a major storm in the area. Maybe a hurricane, but that's about it. It could impact Acapulco. That cannot be ruled out, but I don't think it's going to be a Category 5. I take this Florida thing that's likely not going to happen. All right, but now going over to as our next question though, it says, is that an eye relocation? I'm assuming you mean like how the eye just disappears and then it looks like it's somewhere else. No, it basically the eye is still there. It has a core. Um, Basically earlier the system looks like this, right? It's a circular eye wall with um, perfect symmetry and stuff. But when it's gone, it's more likely a situation where it's like this. All of it's going over to the center at the same time. I guess if that makes sense. So it's all like spread around the center. There's no more eye. There's just all moisture coming into a center. So there's no eye. There's no gap in the center where there's nothing. It's just all lots of rain being pushed into the center of it, and that's why you get all this. But when you get the eye, that's when you have the eye separating it from good conditions to bad conditions. The eye wall mainly. So it's not an eye relocation, it's an eye dissipation, I guess you could call it. um, so yeah. Is this live? All news says it's a Cat 5. Um, it was a Category 5. It peaked at 165 miles an hour, made a landfall at 165 miles an hour landfall. Um, but now it's likely a Category 4. The worst of it has passed mainland or the coastline of Mexico, but more is to come in further parts of inland Mexico. Um, Likely, I'd say it's now roughly a Category 3. But keep in mind, it was a Category 5. Okay, that was true, but it is weakening. Okay, officially it's a Category 4. I believe it's slightly weaker. The last advisory was 30 minutes ago, so one can assume it's a little bit weaker. Speaking of which, our next update is in 2 hours and 30 minutes. Mark your calendars, or mark your clocks and whatnot. It is coming soon. Alright, hold on. I am going to update the top bar. Otis is weakening from its Category 5 peak and is now a Category 3 unofficially. 125 miles an hour. Let me see what is a good pressure estimate on this. I double check. They went 948, 951 millibars is good on this. Alright. So, oh yeah, and also you might notice the bottom bar, that's mainly only in United States threats. So yeah, I mean this one isn't hitting, so there's no tornado warnings, no none of that. Sorry. But yeah, we still use that, just in case, it's our stream format. But as you can see though, the storm is very far more than, what the forecast shows. It's not over here, the center is roughly in this area right now. But yeah, it does look somewhat lopsided, as if it's turned more this way. I don't think so. Let me look at that again. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think it might be. Yeah, yeah, it looks like it might be making a more westward turn. That can't be ruled out. That it's jogged to the west after hitting land. Storms typically wobble mainly out to sea, but you can't rule out a wobbling system like this. Um, so yeah, hold on. I am looking at what sunrise is again. Yeah, sunrise is coming soon for the area, which is going to be very bad. Very bad wake up call, as I said earlier. Hold on. So yeah, when it finally becomes daylight there, that's when they'll finally see it, see the full extent of the destruction that this catastrophic hurricane has caused. Of course, I'm calling it catastrophic right now because, well, I believe it's catastrophic. I mean, if it was daytime, people would be able to see how bad the damages are. Like trees damaged, or trees blown down, power lines knocked down, houses severely damaged or possibly even completely demolished from the storm. And then other things like all windows blown out, just very catastrophic damage, especially with a storm surge that could have been high as 15 to 20 feet, with a supposed reading of 22 feet storm surge, which is crazy with this kind of storm. Yeah, it is moving inland. It is weakening. The worst of it has passed parts of Acapulco, but that does not mean the worst has passed in other regions. Let me look. So yeah, um, areas near it. Yeah, but I mean, of course, Guerrero, this central area is going to get that's where it's heading towards right now. Yeah, it should die out within the next 24 hours, which is good. Maybe within the next 18 hours or so. It should die by tonight. So it's going to take a while for it to do so, but once it does, it's going to be good. All right, let me see. I'm going to look at what time our next team member can join in. One said 10 a.m. to 12 a.m., but one said 6, so in around 30 minutes or so they may be available. Oh yeah, wait until you see the resorts and stuff. Yeah, I mean that is going to be crazy to see just how bad the damages are. Oh my god, yeah. I mean, once we finally get the visible imagery of or when we're finally able to see all these little bits of hotels and stuff, see what they look like, it's going to be bad. Yeah, just gotta wait for a bit, and then this water has likely risen by around 15, 20 feet, so you can just tell how bad that's going to be for the area. Okay, hold on. Don't know what the heck this is. Okay. But yeah, you can see the mountainous terrain. This is what I was talking about a little while earlier. How bad the mudslides can be with this. You can see how tall these mountains are, and they're built like right next to the. If I go over here, you can see how they're built on the mountain in some parts. Which this could be catastrophic in terms of mudslides as well. Just being a pouring salt on the wound here, where this could just fall and then just damage some of these buildings, which is very, very bad. I mean, like, part of it could slide off, which is why we call it a mudslide. Yeah, so many buildings, like possibly without roofs. I don't really. There might be damage in the billions, but keep in mind though, this is a lesser civilization area. It is still has a million people, so I mean, I think $1 billion in damage is likely. But if it hit the United States at this intensity, it'd be in the tens of billions of damages. But yeah, also they're saying so many floating cars. Yes, that will be another scenario from this. Yeah, so I mean that's going to be another awful case scenario with this, where cars could be just floating around. All this is going to be flooded very clearly. parts of this will receive some water. I mean, the ocean's just going to be crashing against here, and likely already has. I mean, this area is likely severely flooded. This doesn't really take much. Looks like 3, 4, 5 feet to get up to here, and then maybe 6 feet to get over there. I mean, it's not much. And they are on one of the worst parts of the bend right here, which if I zoom out some, you'll see what I mean. It said storm surge is funneling in this way. So, I mean, it looks like they're shielded somewhat from here, thankfully, but, yeah, I mean, that still could rise by 6 feet and stuff. That can't be ruled out. But yeah, you can see how dense the populations are over here, mainly over this area. Thankfully, lots of people live further inlands, but yeah, there are lots of people who live near Acapulco Bay. Alright, so let me go back to the imagery of the storm right here. We reached 1,000 views. Thank you, everyone, so much for helping us reach 1,000 views. That's really, really helpful and stuff. This is now our fourth most popular stream, about to become our third, but this is the most viewers I've ever had on a stream, which is just amazing. Thank you so much, everyone. Right. So what else do you all want me to talk about? Because I know most of you have been in here for all of it. So just ask me questions and I'll be able to answer. Just ask me like a whole line of questions and I'll answer them one by one. Gives me more time to talk and stuff and not be silent. You know what I mean? So yeah, landslides and flash flooding will be awful in the area. Suoth 123, yes. It's going to be a very bad case scenario in the region. But not just for Acapulco. Even further inland could receive mudslides and stuff. It's just the storm surge and wind is awful on the near the coast, but rainfall can still be awful further inland. So yeah, I do want to soon. Here, let me pull up the discussion and stuff. All right, why did Otis grow so fast? That's a really good question. Been asked that a lot. So let me pull up a water vapor imagery. This shows how moist it is. White being more moist with water vapor, that kind of stuff, and black being very dry air. So this is what we call a trough right here. Dry air. It's mainly seen as like little bits of lines and stuff like that, but yeah, it's kind of like a miniature cold front, you could call it. But then we also have a little upper level low. You could see it earlier spinning around this way. Very light rotation. And so basically these two systems act as I don't know exactly what it does, but whenever it interacts with these, it can just blow up very, very rapidly. I mean, shear is very low when it does this, and so that's why it can blow up to a very powerful system. We did not expect this, and we'll likely expect more case studies on this to further the research, because this has been a very common case throughout the past year. This year, we've had many storms interact with the jet stream and trough interactions, and I mean, it is crazy though how many storms have blown up, because it's mainly like a jet interaction, trough interactions. Both have an equal chance of mainly strengthening a storm rapidly or killing it completely almost. It all depends. Typically, like Mocha had a jet interaction, Ian had a jet interaction. Those are just some examples. And even Bulavin had a jet interaction recently, as well as Hamoon, and now this is having a jet interaction and a trough interaction. So this is providing its intensification phase, and now that it's All right, but basically after it passes the region, it will start under it. It becomes unfavorable. Okay, like this is only favorable for some amount of time, because these do eventually weaken storms. So this is going to cause wind shear in the area. Um, this dry air, as you can see, it's pushing further in. It is going to be approaching the storming. It's going to kill it as they meet each other. The other thing, though, is that this other storm, 21L, will try and rapidly develop, possibly into a tropical storm within the next couple of days. 60% chance of doing so. I think it will become a tropical storm at least. But yeah. All right, now next thing I do want to read is the National Hurricane Center discussion. This is their landfall intensity estimate. All right. Satellite data indicated that Otis continued to strengthen to near the time of landfall in southern Mexico. Subjective Dvorak data T numbers, this is basically our satellite estimates, were around T7.0, which is 140 knots or 160 miles an hour. That's basically a category 5. Around 05 to 5 Zulu, while raw objective ADT, another advanced Dvorak technique, numbers were in the T7.2 to T7.6 range, which is that's around up to 175 miles an hour. Yeah, but based on this data, Otis is estimated to have made landfall around 6:25 UTC as a Category 5 with maximum sustained winds of 145 knots or 165 miles an hour. The core of the hurricane moved onshore in the greater Acapulco area. Now that the center of Otis has moved inland, weakening has begun, and the initial intensity has been lowered to 115 knots for this advisory. Rapid weakening will occur during the next 12 to 24 hours in Otis, as Otis moves over the rugged terrain of southern Mexico. The mountainous terrain, which is rapidly weakening it right now. However, damaging hurricane-force winds are likely to spread inland through this morning, and heavy rainfall and flash flooding is also likely to spread inland over portions of southern Mexico. Circulation of Otis is forecast to dissipate over the mountains of southern Mexico tonight or Thursday. Likely tonight, I'd say. Alright, but something I do want to talk about with the mountains as well is their double-edged sword factor. So these mountains and stuff over here act as a very fast weakening for these storms, so they don't reach it as far inland. So like if this was over Florida and made landfall as a Cat 5 and whatnot, it might still be a high-end Cat 4 or low or mid-range Cat 4. This is likely a Category 3 right now, though. So this mountainous terrain is very helpful in weakening storms, so they don't make it that far. But the thing is, in the areas of this mountainous terrain, it's higher elevation. Higher elevation means increased wind. Winds are stronger the further, like winds are a little bit weaker and then they get stronger and stronger the higher up you go. So the mountains and stuff like that, they're getting the worst kind of conditions of these systems, and then also not only that, but the rainfall of this. So if I go back to it, the rainfall of it, if there's little houses or whatever over here, rainfall can cause the part of the mountain to literally just fall off some. So if I do this right here, and then this part of the mountain can literally just fall off and then just go tumbling down over here, and that's what we call mudslides and stuff. And it's a chain reaction of the mountain slowly starting to fall off. It's like an avalanche almost, which that's how deadly, or that's why mudslides can be extremely deadly. Right, looks like a small town like Tepetecos are going to get hits with bad flooding next, then rural mountain areas, then direct hits on, can't see it because of a motor emoji icon thing in the way. But yeah, those areas will get hits pretty soon. If it's not already hitting the area. Let me see the city name you said again. I don't know where those are, sorry. But yeah, it looks like the system's moved more to the west. Right over here. Hold on, let me get the drawing. So it's looking like it's moved more and more to the west in recent frames, or you can make a case that it is still, it is moving west, around west northwest, but still it's curving almost northwest now. Yeah, the storm definitely sped up as well. You see, these areas are 6 hourly rates. Very very slow to start off with, but then it's moving incredibly fast, which can prolong weakening and prolong its lifetime, or not prolong its lifetime, but make it further as a stronger storm, basically. Right, if we've entered our third hour of coverage recently, that's nice. It's 4:47 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Um, we are approaching the 5 a.m. time in Central Daylight Time, or 6 a.m. Eastern Time. Which pretty soon it's gonna be a sunrise for where I'm at. Let me just double check something. I'm gonna check how bright it is where I'm at. Nope, nothing. Okay, just wanted to check. Right. But yeah, Otis is still intensifying. Or not. Sorry, my bad. I keep saying things, but it is weakening and stuff. Manny GH, what do you mean it's coming to you? Are you in Arizona? As if so, I don't think it's gonna go to you. Oh yeah, and also sorry for the lag from chats and stream. I made it so that it's low latency, so you guys can get a higher quality stream, or highly, or whatever. But I made it so it's delayed more, so you get a higher quality stream. Hopefully, it looks high quality. I'm hoping so. You guys let me know in the chat if it is high quality. I'm hoping so. Can you hear my voice okay? Basically, is it glitch, or how have I been lagging out some, that kind of stuff. And someone said Edomex. Do not know where that is. Um, Here, I'll look up that. Oh, Mexico City. I don't think it's. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, it covers this area as well. So yeah, it is heading towards the area, on the southwestern side at least. So I mean, over where is it? Yeah, here, this area right here is the area right. So yeah, it is approaching the area. May go a little bit more west than what was first forecasted, but I don't know right now. All right. Alright, it's good. Alright, good. The audio's good. The camera's good, or not camera, but stream's good. It's nice to hear. Yeah, it is. We're getting closer to the 5 a.m. time, 4:50. Something I did want to talk about though is how the storm surge can be so bad in this kind of this kind of area right here. When it was approaching land, you could see how the flow is like this. Whenever the storm's here, and that pushes water onto the bay. Right here, basically pushes it in, and then there's also another factor to this that makes it worse. It funnels in water into the bay, which, if we're talking about something like Florida, there's two main different scenarios. You see, Florida's here is a bend inwards, which basically pushes storm surge in further and further inland. But then we also have things like outer bends, like the North Carolina region, where it's less of an impact, as it mostly tries to deflect the storm surge. Alright, but yeah, also another cool thing to note in this imagery, though, is that we can see um, uh, basically 5 major weather events. We got Category 2 Hurricane Tammy over here. We got of course, our main show, Otis. We got remnants of 21L. We have a snowstorm in the northwest, and we have a squall line developing for Texas. Let me actually double check something. I want to see what that is. Alright, they only have a marginal. Oh, a 2% chance of tornadoes. Interesting. Alright. Just double checking if there's anything. Nope. Yeah, but you can see the squall line's finally leaving the marginal risk. So I'm wondering why they haven't extended it or anything like that. Anyways, let me go back to the. I do want to check out when sunrise is. As you can see, it's approaching. It's almost over Tammy right now. It is roughly, I think. Let me double check here. Yeah, it is over Tammy right now. It's just that this imagery is delayed, or almost over Tammy. Roughly in the next 10 minutes or so, it will be over Tammy, the sunrise line. Yeah, as you can see, tropical waves are visible, but now soon Tammy will be visible. If I pull up visible imagery, we'll actually see it. Likely, at least. Oh, take a look at this new convective burst to the northwest. You'll see it soon on this the next time it loops around, you'll be able to see it. Right over here, you can see that new burst of convection or clouds. That is appearing. Alright, yep, here's visible imagery on Tammy. You can see some of the clouds and stuff, but we cannot see the center of the storm yet. Oh my bad, let me go back. Yeah, of course we can't see Otis's Otis storm right now, or Hurricane Otis in visible imagery because it's, of course, night. The good audio is good. I can't hang till the sun comes up, but if I don't know if I can pull up Twitter stuff, but it's amazing to see uh, how you seem to be. Yeah, I'm the only one covering this right now, basically. 4.5 meter storm surge. Let me convert that real quick. 4.5 meters to feet. 14.7 feet storm surge. Yeah, totally possible. Might be on the lower estimates. Right, I am gonna try and get Tuna in soon, or one of our other team members. He said he'll be available at 6 at the earliest. Sorry, guys, I'm looking at videos. Another thing that's is crazy. Obviously, I can't really show it because it's copyrighted. Alright, but yeah, we're now at 1,100 views. Let me take a look at our subscriber counts. 805. Thank you so much. That means we have reached $200 donated. That is amazing. Thank you all so much. Crazy. Alright, it is now 4:56 a.m. Central Daylight Time, and the Otis is continuing to move further inland. If we go over to full imagery on it, showing how it's progressed over to overland, you can see how its eye develops, and then it quickly weakens, and this is one of the main questions on, like, why does it weaken before striking land? Typically, you'd expect storms to weaken as soon as they hit land, not before. With this kind of storm, the mountainous terrain over here, even though that the storm is a little bit away from land, it acts as if it's over the mountainous terrain, and so it tears up the storm. So yeah, as you can see, it weakens the storm very fast. So yeah, it loses almost all of its convection. Now it's in the reds, stuff like that. But we do have new convective burst on the southern side of it as new bandings start to form. which is going to be bad in terms of more rainfall rates, as in this is going to be high, or this has high rainfall rates, which is going to be continuing to occur. And someone asked that area very bowl-like in 3D maps where Otis went ashore. Will that magnify the storm surge? Yes. As I was showing earlier, though, with these kind of bowl shapes, it helps funnel in storm surge in this area. So it's like this. It pushes it in into the little bay. So there's two main examples of it. There's two different ones. There's inbending and outbending. In the Florida Panhandle, this is an inbending scenario where you could see how the storm surge just rushes in and it stays there. It basically acts as a bowl, like you said, to just keep the storm surge in. Whereas in parts like North Carolina, there's a bending outward, so it's less of an impact. Whenever it hits, it kind of acts as a deflection almost. It doesn't make it as far inland. Yeah, it also is mainly different as well. You can see how if it hit this area rather than hitting this area, which is also a bowl, this area is also a bowl, that kind of stuff. But yeah, when it bends outwards like this, that means it's going to be less storm surge. Um, yeah, when it's an inward kind of bowl, that's bad. Like if it hit this area as well, Puerto Vallarta, that would be awful storm surge, just like how what storm was it? It was Lydia almost hit that area. I think so. Hold on. Yeah, I think so. It almost hit there. Yeah. Yeah. So, they would have gotten the worst storm surge if this storm went a little bit more north. It'd be funneling the storm surge into the bay, causing catastrophic damages. And that's what's happening with Otis right now. Earlier, I do want to note though how the storm was wobbling. Notice this. Hold on. It made a little bit of a wobble to the north right there. You see how it leaves right there, and it did that for about an hour, 2 hours, and then it curved back. So that was our only hope on this system missing a direct hit or westward hit. We were hoping it'd go to the east for a less worst case scenario. I mentioned that in last stream as well. But yeah, it's not doing that. It's going to be making a westward turn now, or it made a westward turn, and that means that the Acapulco area gets the worst storm surge. So I don't know exactly where the center of the storm is right now. It's pretty hard to tell. Looking like it moved like one of these real quick or so, but I don't know. Let me ring in Tuna. Alright, not responding yet. Let me check out my Discord server. Any talks about anything there?
It's
Hello, Tuna?
whoa.
Yo, have you seen how many viewers are watching my stream?
No, how many?
We got a total of 33 watching it right now.
Oh wow.
Normally we're used to 5 or whatever, but now we peaked out at 61 people watching at one point. I was alone, but I mean, it works.
Wow, that is crazy.
Yeah, so this is the record for most people watching, so yeah, of course we're excited.
Hey,
And we're at
just
1.1 thousand views overall total.
that is insane.
I
Oh
got
wow.
15 minutes of sleep. Isn't that crazy? I got a lot this time.
Oh wow, that is like the most amount of sleep.
I am gonna go to sleep after the stream though, after the viewers start dropping and whatnot. Um,
Oh, so Otis made landfall.
yes, with winds of 165 miles an hour, the strongest
Oh,
Category
that's
5 or the strongest storm on record to hit the Pacific or
oh, that's
Mexico from the
bad.
Pacific.
That's bad.
Yeah, and so this was
Oh,
the first ever Category 5 to make a landfall in the Pacific Basin, the Eastern Pacific Basin.
oh, yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah, and the only other hurricane that has struck here is one in 1951, and that was a Category 1, 85 miles an hour. So this doubles it basically.
Yeah.
All right, so let me see. All right, so yeah, one of the main factors due to this catastrophic storm surge. I don't know if you looked at this yet, but the fact that it's a bowl right over here. Are you watching my screen share?
Yes.
Right. So yeah, it acts as a bowl here, which means the winds blow onshore here, which can cause 15
Oh,
to 20 feet of storm surge in the region. I believe there might have been a report of 14 and 22 feet of storm surge in the area. I can't verify it, but yeah, it is very very bad in the region.
yeah.
49 people watching. Yep, I know. I see lots and lots of people. All
So was
right.
it? So you just so was it? So when I turned 6 o'clock, you just ringed me.
Huh?
So you just ringed me as soon as it turned six. As soon as it turned 6 o'clock.
Yep. So he said 6 on the earliest. I need to talk to someone. Okay. All right.
That's understandable.
Yep. Well, the system it made landfall extremely quicker than what was first seemed. I would remember talking about making a stream at 5 or 6 a.m., but no, we needed to do a stream at 2:30, and it made landfall at 2:25 a.m. So yeah,
Yeah, I remember. I was like, oh, never mind.
yeah,
I'm not getting up that. I'm not getting up to
yeah.
2:30.
So yeah, what are your thoughts on this overall system?
I would say this is devastating.
Catastrophic. Yeah. I mean,
This
just
is
the
like a devastating
yeah.
system.
Oh yeah, and
Like,
also I don't know if you know this, but Tammy's now a Cat 2, nearing Cat
oh,
3 status.
yeah, I had. Oh, look at that eye.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
and take a look at this cold front trolling stuff. Here, let me turn this off. Yeah,
Oh, that thing just extends all the way to the UK
yeah. Oops, hold on.
or Portugal.
Yep, I hear it. Here,
Wow.
let me go out to where it was fully night, so then it's all the same color. It's funny looking at how far the system is spread.
Oh, wow. That's,
But yeah, it's nearly daylights there. We're about to get imagery.
I mean, it's dark. It looks like nighttime here.
Yeah, but I mean in this area, almost there. Oh wait, I actually have the wrong thing. Hold on, let me pull up the mesosector. Here it is. There we go. See there's the storm. The eye is in the you could just barely make out the eye in the sunlight there.
You might see it when it's actually daytime there.
hmm As you can see though, this is just due to the D-min D-max cycle where rainfall is more prominent in sunrise and sunset, so that's why you can see right after it passes, convection starts blowing up right here. These little
Hmm.
clouds,
Yeah.
thunderstorms and stuff, they start blowing up only after the sunrise happens there, which is pretty cool to watch. You can see some pixels, like literally little pixels right here. That one's gonna blow up.
Yeah.
But yeah, that does mean Otis is approaching the diurnal maximum, as we call it, where it gets its maximum amount of rainfall pretty soon. That's going to be very bad. You can see banding has developed. Earlier it was mostly a symmetrical cyclone, right, or hurricane, but now it's developed banding on the southern side, which is not good. It makes it look like a 9 right here, but you know the rainfall rates here are very high and they are approaching land right now. Thankfully, not over Acapulco, that area, but it is still overland and can cause some serious mudslides and stuff. The main
This is
threats is
just
not over yet. Thank you. Thank
60.
you, Kamiram. Yes. Yeah, it keeps fluctuating. We were at, but I mean, our highest peak was 61 for 1 minute. Okay, like 1 minute sustained viewers, I guess. And right now we're at 43 sustained viewers, I guess you could say. Yeah, I was looking at cameras and stuff, not seeing much. Let me refresh this. Well, that's a radar that they're looking at. Actually, it seems like. Um, yeah, of course radars are down because they don't want them getting destroyed. Yeah, this other one, I doubt this is working right now. I mean, we would have been able to see yeah, we would clearly be able to see some of the storm's outer bands in this.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's still crazy though how rare this kind of storm is. I read that Hurricane Pauline hit Acapulco in 1997 while tracking up along the coast, killing and injuring hundreds in mudslides. So there is some precedent, as early as 1997 for this area. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I guess so. So that is a long time ago. Also, I did want to say with the 1951 hurricane, the population in that city was 30,000. Now it's a million. So
Oh,
you can
that's
just see
bad.
how bad that's going to be.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
All right. So yeah, the overall structure has of course deteriorated due to the mountainous terrain. And also, this acts as a double-edged sword, as I was talking about before. These mountains rapidly weaken storms, so they don't make it as far inland. They die out very, very quickly. But the bad part about this is this causes mudslides and stuff like that. And the higher you are up, the higher the winds you're gonna get. So if you're, let's say, 30 meters up, you're gonna get higher winds than if you were on like 0 meters above sea level, that kind of stuff. And if you're like 100 meters above land, that's way more than 0 meters. It can increase it by around 30% of your winds. So if you're getting 130 mile an hour sustained, you might be getting 170 mile an hour sustained up north.
I will say though, this that was just crazy how quickly Otis intensified before landfall.
Yeah, it was mainly due to the relax and shear that was forecasted to. It was forecasted to have lots of shear, but that did not come, or that was not true now anymore. That is, it is the shear wasn't much of a problem anymore.
Wow. Yeah, I remember Otis was supposed to. Like the first advisory that the National Hurricane Center did. Otis was supposed to stay offshore as
Yeah.
probably like a weak tropical storm to
Let me
tropical.
do this.
No, ugh,
Yeah, here are their graphics of cones and stuff like that. This was
yeah,
their
oh yeah,
first
I look
cone
at that all the time.
right here. Or yeah, here was their first cone. So they didn't really
Yeah,
think it was going to go towards land. They thought actually the remnants of 21L would knock the system away, but
I was
21L
actually kind
slowed
of
down.
shocked. I was actually kind of shocked about that.
Yeah, so that's why the system is. Let me go back here, and that's why all of a sudden it started being forecasted to strike land, and that's when we're getting the intermediate advisories. And this was the point when I started thinking, like this may become a hurricane, as in 65 mile an hour peak isn't too far away. Then hurricane watches were issued right after,
Yeah,
and then of course, let me find the point. Yeah, hurricane warnings. This was the point when we were thinking, like this will be a major hurricane likely. National Hurricane Center still didn't forecast it. They forecasted a 90 mile an hour peak at the points, and then finally it gets and you can see how massive that hurricane wind field gets. That brownish coloring due to how
yeah.
quickly that's intensified. Yeah, so a massive area is getting hurricane conditions right now, especially. This was the latest advisory.
Oh, I was gonna say, and then yesterday I remember just seeing your tropical weather ping saying Category 3 Hurricane Otis. I was thinking, wait, are you crazy? And I realized, oh no, you're not. Never mind.
Yep. Um,
So, yeah,
also,
this
it's
is
code black in tropical weather right now.
code code black.
Yeah, I mean it's supposed to be code purple, but code pink and code purple they use the same coloring in the channel, so yeah, it's code black.
So that's like the worst it could get, or is there an
Yes.
even worse one? Oh, that's
So it was an add
yeah.
everyone ping. Not many people were online then, so they couldn't really receive it, which was good. Yeah, it wasn't much panic or anything.
Unless you just woke them up.
Yeah, well, true. Yeah. Right. Oh, geez. I just realized how much I may be able to get monetized soon, which is something really cool. We do.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm gonna get. Let me see. Gonna get 100 at plus hours of watch time here. This stream, one of the most I've ever gotten, which is very, very helpful. The average person on the stream has the most attention span I've ever seen, 5.5 minutes, which is very, very good. Um, so yeah, when I reach 4,000 watch time hours, which I'm at like 1,500, I'll be able to, well, also 1,000 subscribers, I'll be able to apply for monetization.
Congrats.
Yes, thank you. Well, not yet. So pretty soon though. Hopefully, within the next
Yeah.
year maybe or so, I'll be able to do it. The streams help
Oh,
out a
I'll.
lot. All right.
Well, I'm not going. I'm not going anywhere, so I'll be here for your journey.
Nice. Yep. All right. So,
Wasn't wasn't planning on going anywhere.
yep. Do you want to read the threats for the public advisory at least for hurricane? Oh yeah, the government of Mexico has discontinued the tropical storm warning and hurricane watch east of Punta Maldonado. The area that's not getting impacts. Yeah, here's their outlook. The center of Hurricane Otis was located near latitude 17.2 north, longitude 100.1 west. Otis is moving toward the north-northwest near 10 miles an hour. And this general motion is expected through early tonight. On the forecast track, the center of Otis will move farther inland over southern Mexico through tonight. Let's see, maximum sustained winds have decreased to near 130 miles an hour with higher gusts. Otis is a Category 4 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane scale. Rapid weakening is expected as Otis moves inland over the higher terrain in Mexico. Otis will likely dissipate over southern Mexico tonight. The hurricane
Oh,
force winds extend up to 30 miles from the center of tropical storm. Or from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 70 miles. Right. So here are the key threats for Otis. Wind damaging hurricane force winds will spread inland over southern Mexico this morning with extremely destructive winds near the core during the next few hours. Wind speeds atop and on the windward island or sides of hills and mountains are often up to 30% stronger than the near surface winds. That's what I was talking about. If you're on the surface and get 130 mile an hour winds, that'd be up towards to 160 or 170 mile an hour winds if you were higher. So that's a 30% increase, roughly. Right. So, yeah, and in some elevated locations could be even greater. So maybe even 180 miles an hour. All right. Rainfall or storm surge. I meant storm surge. Life-threatening storm surge will continue along the coast of southern Mexico this morning in areas of onshore winds within the hurricane warning. Near the coast, the surge will be accompanied by large and dangerous winds. So it already peaked, thankfully. It is just gonna be gradually going down. Okay, it's gonna be continuing for a little while. All right, rainfall. Otis is expected to produce rainfall totals of 8 to 16 inches with maximum amounts of 20 inches through Thursday across Guerrero and the western coastal sections of Oaxaca. This rainfall will produce flash and urban flooding along with mudslides in areas of higher terrain. Right, surf swells generated by Otis will affect portions of the southern coast of Mexico during the next day or so. These swells are likely to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. Please consult products from your local weather office. Right, so yeah, swells aren't really the primary risk, but if you're not nearby, like if you're in Baja California, then you might want to be staying interested in this. I mean, that area would be getting hit with some of the rip currents from it, roughly, I think.
Yeah.
Right, but going over to our, but with the mudslides, though, something I do want to talk about. Hold on. Let me actually go back to something. Oh, yeah, here it is. Hold on. We double check another thing. All right. So yeah, with this kind of stuff over here, as you can see though, the hurricane. Oh geez, yeah, you can see the ferry, but hurricane or no, I'm sorry. The mountainous terrain of the region here extends for quite a while, and you could see some buildings are actually built on this, right? Like over here and stuff. But the worst part about this, though, is the fact that the part of the mountains and stuff can like literally slide down. That's what we call mudslides, and it can collapse buildings and stuff like that. And that's another primary threat we're looking for. Not only could the shores rise by 15 to 20 feet, or could have risen by that, it could there could be mudslides, and there could be up to 1.5 feet of additional rainfall in the area throughout the next 7 days or so, or next
Well,
or next 24 hours or so.
there's a good thing about mountainous terrain, and then there's the bad thing. Like you said,
Yep.
mudslides are the bad thing, and then the
Yes.
good thing is that they just completely destroy hurricanes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, they just weaken rapidly, and they make landfall in Mexico
Yep. Also, I'd
or
say the
anywhere
storm
that
surge, if it did peak, I'd say it's now around 13 to 17 feet high. Now
has.
I down it somewhat. So I don't think it's going to be as high as its peak yet. Right. Yeah, this is what it looks like. This was a while back, March 2021. Yeah, it's a beautiful place, but I mean, it it's sad on what's gonna happen next. I mean, all these people here probably just chilling and stuff, but I mean, now
It's
it's just gonna be a
horrible.
disaster in the
Just,
area.
it's just horrible to see happen.
Yeah,
You're just such a nice area, and then just gone.
beautiful mountains. I love the look of
Yeah,
this distance and stuff with the fog. And then you got little bits of
yeah. It just looks.
hotels.
Oh wow, that looks awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a major city. I bet those buildings will probably be
Oh wait, actually, I could
damaged.
place my point over here. Let me try this. Jeez, where am I? Whoa, what the? Am I
Drone,
on a helicopter or something? Whoa, this
maybe a
is actually the
drone.
best image I could have gotten now. This shows the terrain perfectly.
That is. Oh, those
Alright,
buildings.
there's the
Yep,
cell phone
those
tower, or
buildings.
the cell towers. Those are
That's
likely going to be knocked down. That should be pretty
yeah.
clear.
What'd you say about the skyscrapers?
These things, I don't
Yeah,
know. Oh my God, look at the water down here. This is, jeez,
that looks
that'd be
nice.
crazy seeing how far up this would go.
Yeah,
Don't know what that is,
it's
but
already pretty high up.
And also
That
during normal
already.
times, how close that water is to the buildings.
wait, hello, who just joined? Yo, Nightly,
Yeah,
what's up?
lately I've been in here. Hey,
This is our
I'm
best
glad.
stream ever right now.
I'm glad you. I'm glad you can make it at like 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
yeah, I do. I do have to leave around 6:50, but
He
that's good.
totally
Oh yeah, and
didn't
also
just
you can see some
ring.
of the glitches with this. It duplicates buildings somewhat. You can see. I believe there's only one tower here. It's just duplicated. But as you can see, there's two of these same exact mansions, two of
Yeah,
these hotels.
Google Maps kind of just does that.
Yep. So but yeah. I mean, these hotels they're structurally sound, so I don't expect anything with these. But yeah,
I mean, you can clearly see how high the water already gets.
yeah,
So just add on, what was it, 15 to 18 feet of
yeah,
storm
15 to
surge?
20 feet above
15
this,
to
and then
20
you could be
feet
over
of
to the
storm
second
surge.
floor or first to second floor of this hotel, basically.
So yeah, that. That's likely
All
devastating.
right.
Like
Is it just me or does that look a little bit bent right here? It almost looks like it's.
it, that
That's just
does.
Google
Yeah.
Maps.
Doubt it though. Right, but
Let's
yeah, the
see
mountainous
that.
terrain though here, you can see how many houses are built on it. Which all of these can cause mudslides and start sliding down over the areas. So that can be catastrophic for those areas. It's catastrophic basically no matter where you are. You got your storm surge in your lower elevations, you got your mudslides on your higher elevations, and you got flash flood on your mid elevations basically.
There's just no escape,
Mm.
and if you're in this area,
Someone
anywhere.
says thank you for everything you've done. You are saving lives, believe it or not. I'm glad. I am very very happy that I could do this. Yeah, I mean, once again, this is a beautiful place, and you can see the
Yeah,
bend, how it's that's a perfect bowl for storm surge and stuff like that. Let me see if
that's
I can
even
back up
worse.
even more.
Like that is even
Oh,
worse.
well, look at the sunset here.
That just looks awesome.
Yep,
Like it's hard to think that this might be gone.
yeah,
And not to mention the fact it is a bay.
yep, right over
Like
here.
It is a big bowl. So you're gonna get all that water rushing in, and there's nowhere for it to go besides inland.
Yep.
exactly.
Is this a paraglider or something? I don't know. Right. But yeah, you can see the bay over here. Very, very pretty, and it's very, very far away from there here.
Yeah. Wow.
A little bird, but yeah. I mean, the water is so, so pretty. The coloring of it's, oh my god.
Well, now it's probably brown.
Yeah, with the storm surge, water, dirt, all debris.
Mm.
Right. Associated Press reported yesterday evening, state government said it closed the port, had hundreds of shelters deployed, more than 8,000 troops to the area with equipment. So last minute preps, but better than nothing. Yep. Gotta have lots of shelters and stuff. Oh my god, look at this. This could be completely destroyed. Look at how easily that stuff can
Oh
fall.
yeah. Wait, what? What even is that? Is that like rock or sand?
Looks like both.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you can see how
Like
many
that's
boats
just
are
an
here.
example. And there was a similar instance of this. Obviously not as bad or extreme, and obviously not as bad as the cliff during tropical storm or Hurricane Nicole last year in November on the eastern coast of Florida. Houses were
Yeah,
either
Daytona.
halfway or fully put
Yeah.
into the water because of a very similar um situation of that. The coastal erosion and beach erosion just got so bad to where those houses just fell off into the ocean. And
Yeah.
obviously, that's even worse because you could have a mudslide as well because the storm surge, the heavy rainfall. I believe it's like 6 to 18 inches of rain possible.
Yeah.
That's a lot of rainfall. Um, it might not sound like a lot, but that's over a foot of rainfall in
That
itself.
is pretty bad.
Plus the storm surge amounts, that is just absolutely catastrophic.
Yeah, yeah. Right, hold on. Alright, so yeah. What else do you want to talk about with the storm?
You say that. So would you say that that Otis is historic or something like that?
Yes, it is historic. In several ways, it's
Thought so.
intensification and it's landfall.
Like wait. So uh how much did it actually intensify within 24 hours?
110 miles an hour.
Yep.
Or 115,
There we
actually.
go. That kind. Yeah. Didn't
Very, very
Hova do something
powerful.
like that just less?
Oh shoot, lag starting, I think, on stream.
Oh
No,
no.
that's just OBS.
No.
No,
I
no,
think.
it
Oh
is starting to
no.
lag now. It was briefly.
I would close teams if you can.
Huh? Oh, close teams. Okay.
Okay. But taking a look at satellite here on my end, the center circulation definitely has already significantly passed the area. And also taking a look at IR satellite, some of the convection definitely has decreased over the last few hours. But definitely landfall definitely still looks like a very scary system. Definitely still capable of producing very heavy rain and of course those gusty winds.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the sun is not as well defined. However, we are still seeing significant rotation within the storm does seem as if there could potentially still be some convection pluming to the south of the center of the circulation, still offshore and just a little bit inland as well.
Something I do want to notice though is that it's making a sharp western turn, as you can see right over here, making a westward turn in terms of the latest frames. Sadly, we can't really get a good estimates of the center because of the eye's not there. We're able to estimate it roughly. It is within this whole area basically. The problem with these kind of storms is their clouds can go faster than their center sometimes. So the clouds can disappear, or like Norma's did. Their clouds of the storm is well gone from the actual center.
Yeah.
So that's probably
So
what's
how
happening
often
with this. I'm guessing, or
how
will
often
happen
does
maybe.
that happen?
That's mainly with wind shear, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I remember seeing that with Norma. It was pretty great. It was yeah.
Yep. Right. Yeah, it was only just a brief lag spike thing, I think, hopefully. Right. It is now almost, or at least it is now almost 5:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time right now in the region. So they are about to wake up to a big surprise. Um, those who were not
If
tracking
they're
it as
even
much.
asleep.
Hmm.
If you can even fall asleep. And that's the thing during these really big hurricanes. Sometimes it is impossible to fall asleep. And also, sometimes you're just so worried.
Yeah, yeah.
I know with previous experience, you don't really get much sleep during that, which is even worse during these types of systems.
But the main thing is though that some people I've heard from others who are in the location who they've seen people like walking around acting as if things are normal. But it it seems like people weren't taking this as seriously as it was because they were thinking it's just going to be a low end tropical storm, stuff like that, or a little bit of a hurricane or something that they weren't expecting it to be as much of a monster as this. They might have tried to sleep and stuff.
And and that is actually a point that I wanted to bring up. Is that with the original NHC advisory, I can't remember if it kept it a storm or a low end hurricane, but it still
Which one?
had Otis.
All
It
right,
still
hold on.
had Otis being a very low end hurricane. It never had it reaching. I don't think it even had it reaching high end Category 1 status
Hold on. Hurricane
just a
Otis.
few
Okay.
days ago. If you want to
Yeah, I
look.
never. It started off. It was supposed to stay offshore Mexico,
Right, right.
the
This was its first cone right
storm.
here. This was because 9 or 12 or 21L was supposed to push it out, but it slowed. So that's one of the main
Yeah,
reasons as
we were
well.
just talking about that as well.
Yep. So
About the
this, let me see
potential
what
that it
it.
does nothing.
There it was. It was at around 4 p.m. Um, on the 24th. So around
And
12
just
hours
4
ago, it was
a.m.
forecasted to
yesterday.
be. Or not
Yeah,
12
just
hours.
yesterday it was forecasted to be a hurricane, not a major. And then it was immediately gonna weaken to a storm, and then very shortly after a depression.
Here's the problem
That's
though.
not much lead time.
Right around here, it was likely a Category 2. But they did a pretty bad job on estimating it. They went with 70 miles an hour, and it wasn't until recon came in that they finally booted it up very quickly. You can see how much that hurricane wind field expanded, which is very
Yeah.
bad on how broad
Uh,
of a system this is.
And then you can just see
this will most
landfall
likely
right
take a
there.
while to
Hmm.
recover from the storm.
So let's go back to the original advisory real quick. That is, if I saw that, I wouldn't really be too concerned. I would
Yeah.
just say, okay, maybe just some rain. That's like a lot of people for
Maybe
some
they
reason
rip.
always look at the original advisory and think,
Not
okay,
just
that's what's going to happen.
not
These
just rain.
advisories are never concrete.
I mean, not just rain, like high surf and rip currents. That's about it.
No, I don't
And the
think
second
people really
advisory,
think of that.
yeah, like
Yeah.
like these advisories are just low end
I mean,
tropical storm.
yeah.
Nothing too major is gonna happen, and then it just goes hurricane major, and now we had a landfall in Category 5 hurricane earlier. That is a very concerning situation, and I don't recall the last time really that has happened. I mean, we've had storms where it immediately goes from a normal hurricane to a major Category 4, Category 5, but never from just storm or even just depression status. Some of those major markers were depression statuses earlier.
Yeah.
I don't recall the last time that I've seen that. It might have happened in the past, long before I started looking at advisory maps. But for as long as I've not really seen that too much. So definitely shows you how unexpectedly severe this storm was. And obviously, you have forecasting mishaps. You don't always see everything, but this was a very big one with this, and that's a very notable forecasting. I don't really want to say error because it could also have been part of models not being able to forecast this storm, because you always have those storms that
It
models
was
can't
mostly models,
pinpoint.
I'd say. It is,
Yeah, and like you can kind of relate that to Ian a little bit. It didn't really know where it was gonna go. You could relate that to Idalia. It did not know where it was gonna go.
yeah.
Obviously, the storm was one of those, but it was in the Pacific this time. Um, but it eventually knew where it was going to go. It became an intensity issue, which is where it became. So that's the difference. Originally, though, in the first three advisories, we didn't know where it was going to go, but it started bringing it more towards the Mexico area. That's the difference. Is that between Idalia, Ian, and this? Is that with those two hurricanes in the Atlantic, they were all over the place right up until landfall or before they
Yeah.
passed by the Key West. With this one, it got it pretty much exactly where it's going to go, not exactly, but a area in which it's going to go in in the first few advisories. It was the intensity that was the issue here, which that's a bit more off. Um,
Yeah.
and just those major steps up, storm, hurricane, major, all the way up to Category 5. That's a very big difference.
Yes. I mean, it ties the record with Patricia for fastest intensification in the in like 12 hours or so in the basin. So that just
And
goes to
Wait, so
show
obviously,
how
what?
quick.
some people don't really check this website often. I mean, some people, and I don't know if SASMET or whatever they have in Mexico has a phone alert feature. So sometimes they might not be getting those updated advisories.
Yeah.
Obviously, I know that Mexico is a lot different than the United States of how their
Something
emergency
is though, most
systems
people
are.
can't afford like cable TV um or
Yeah,
most people
or
don't even
that's hard
have
to
TVs.
access,
And so if
or
those
that's hard
people
to
who don't have
access.
TVs might not even have radios to let them know. So they need to hear like mouth to mouth information basically or let the word spread.
Yeah.
Wait. You got 800 subscribers now.
Yes.
That's good. So now you can donate money
Um,
for Otis
Let me
for
actually
I
look at
free.
my
do
current sub counts.
I do know that and also, not to mention just Otis, we do also have two other disturbances in the Pacific.
Yeah.
We have disturbance number one with within 48 hours 0%, and with through 5 days 20% of
808
formation,
subscribers.
and then disturbance number two. Within 2 days, it's going to be a 10%, and within 5 days, bumping it up to a medium 60%.
This system may
So
impact Acapulco. Acapulco.
and that disturbance is actually going to move just south of where Otis currently is as well.
Yeah.
So bringing just even more rain to that area potentially, which is not what they want. But for South of Central America and Mexico, a broad area low pressure is likely to form in a day or two over the far eastern Pacific, partially related to the remnants of the Atlantic Tropical Depression 21. Environmental conditions should be conducive for some development of the system, and a tropical depression could form later this week and this weekend, while the low moves slowly westward to west northwestward.
Yep. So they're talking about a like Friday through or hold on. Yeah, Friday, Saturday, or Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, that kind of range.
So
Today it
definitely
is
something that
just turned
we want
Wednesday.
to keep an eye on. And I'm very
Um,
interested for when that becomes a depression to see that forecast cone. I am very much interested in where that's going to
yeah,
go.
and I mean, I'm wondering if they're gonna instantly issue hurricane warnings or something for there. No, I don't think so, but it it's gonna be an interesting cone to see. Um, how the National Hurricane Center handles this, knowing that's as in like I'm assuming they're getting lots of criticism for it and whatnot, and I'm seeing that they've gotten a lot of criticism for their estimates. I personally believe they didn't do a perfect job with their intensity estimates on in terms of estimating it as a tropical storm when it was likely a Cat 2. They waited a little bit too long for recon, but I mean I get why they did what they did. They needed to see the actual accurate data. We did get a microwave pass though that showed it was developing an eye wall. Right. Um, but yeah, me personally, I would have had the intensity up higher. I know they typically do this in the Atlantic, where they'll up the intensity quicker if it's impacting the United States. Basically just to get the word around much more. Yeah, but
And
yep. What?
not to direct attention away from Otis, but I do just want to note, I'm not too sure if you guys have already pointed this out, but Hurricane Tammy has actually increased in intensity.
Yeah,
Yes,
when
I'd say
Since
it's
the
around
last
Category 3
advisory.
status right now. Me
yeah,
It's
personally.
around, it's going to be 100 miles an hour now. So it is strengthening over the open Atlantic and is also forecast to become a powerful extratropical cyclone.
yeah,
Um, and impacts definitely are going to be seen in the area of Bermuda. Of course, it is going to remain a hurricane until the 2 p.m. Thursday marker, and then it should begin weakening into a tropical storm. Now, concerning story for Bermuda, it's just south of it. If it follows the mean line, it's gonna slow down. Not station. It's not gonna become stationary, but it's gonna become very close to it.
I mean, it's
For
starting to,
Friday to Sunday potentially. So that's only gonna increase those rainfall amounts. If you take a look at that advisory cone.
Yeah.
if you
Um,
really, if you take time to look back, the line, it's like the track is starting to move a little bit away from Bermuda
Yeah. Yeah.
because originally it was
which is
supposed to
good.
go.
Originally added
Indeed.
the
So I
center
think,
over Bermuda.
So yeah, obviously not as bad impacts are going to be felt in Bermuda, but still going to be seeing those gusty winds, heavy rain, maybe some lessened storm surge depending on how big the storm is.
I think the
Um,
primary risk those rip currents.
yeah,
yeah,
rip currents and swells are probably going to be the main risk, as well as rainfall for that area.
I did find
But
something
still,
interesting though,
slow
the
and
fact
moving
that they're
storm.
going over for the Florida Bahamas path. They've been stalling, and they've been purposely stalling. I know why they're doing it because no one really knew where it's gonna go past day 3, day 4, day 5. So they had it stalling near Bermuda. That's why they did it. They'd have like it move like barely anything in a whole entire day. But now it's becoming. Now they have it shifting down this way, which the models have been more likely that it's going to go this way than it is going to turn around. So yeah,
really.
it's still
Oh,
pretty much split. I'd say it's a
oh yeah.
60% chance it does this and a 40% chance it does this. Still pretty split.
Well, if it were to hit come down to Florida, like how Would it just be like a like a
It'd just be a post-tropical
remnant?
remnants. It it's just gonna be like a circulation, little bits of rain, tropical moisture, that kind of stuff. It won't be like a tropical storm. Not even gonna be a subtropical system. Winds aren't
Alright.
gonna be a problem with it.
Alright. So when did you start?
All right. Someone said they. Wait, what? When did I start? What?
When did you start the stream?
2:30 a.m. or like around 4 hours, 10 minutes and 46 seconds ago. So yeah, quite a while ago.
Oh god, you weren't kidding.
Yeah.
Speaking of time, I do have to go very soon.
Right. Wait. Someone says they've sent the information to people I know that live in Mexico. I don't know if in that's or but no one I know was aware of this monster becoming a Cat 5 overnight. Yep, they've shared the stream. Thank you, Jane Wyatt. Nobody 517 says some images showed soldiers with megaphones. Interesting. Oh yeah, so Chimera I don't know if you're still in the stream, but they said 6.1 meters of storm surge in Acapulco. Let me double check what that is real quick in feet. Um, on Yep, 20 feet of storm surge roughly.
You can tell that we are definitely American.
I don't know if I can confirm that. I know that there was someone said 22 feet on Twitter or something. I don't know how accurate that stuff is.
But definitely, and Otis, while it is weakening, is still a very dangerous storm.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it still
And
has a
I
large area of
am
hurricane
interested
force.
to know if there's a potential for it to go into the Gulf. I mean, I don't think there is.
No, it's
But
not. It's curving
No,
yeah,
towards.
I was about
I
to say, do
heard
you see how it's like
something about it, but I don't see that even happening. Yeah, no. There was someone on Twitter, I don't know who, saying that it could go into the Gulf and re-intensify.
I think
So
you're talking
that was
about a
when I first
Caribbean
woke up.
disturbance.
No.
Okay.
It was Otis. No, it was probably just someone trying to fearmonger people.
Yeah.
But it's definitely going to continue its more westward turn into Mexico. And it's going to weaken quite quickly. So this afternoon and evening, it's already going to become a tropical storm, and overnight, going to be weakening into a depression. So luckily, it is a quick weakening. I reckon it could potentially be somewhat. Let's take a look at the wind. 130. It's probably decreased to near 120 by now.
Yeah.
Probably more because that was around 1 hour, 2 hours ago.
All right. Also, I will likely. I think I'm going to turn the stream into automated at around 7 a.m.
alright.
just because I need more sleep. I know that I've seen so many people watching the stream, which is amazing and stuff. I don't want to leave this moment be, but I do need to go to sleep eventually. I might actually. I'll give my closing thoughts for probably every system right now. Um, yeah, starting out with what's the first one? Uh, Tay right now, I guess. Tay has a pretty good looking circulation almost. Let me pull this up here. Yeah, see it? The circulation over Saudi Arabia right now. Pretty interesting to see that cloud cover in the regions. They don't get
Yeah.
much clouds, it seems like. So that's pretty interesting to watch. It isn't really doing much, thankfully, anymore, but it is still a catastrophic threat, or still delivered catastrophic damage to parts of Yemen. Our next storm is Hamoon. So now, as you can see, it's It's moving inland very quickly, and you can see how weak it is when it's moving in right here, right? I mean,
Doesn't really
doesn't.
have much circulation to it.
Yeah, most of its convection is gone. So our next system though is Lola. Lola I haven't taken a look at in a while. Right, so this system is is still a cyclone category 1 right now. And this is approaching the coastline or what is it doing? Okay, I don't know where its center is right now. It looked like it did. It looked like it curved significantly to the east. If that's the case, it might miss New Caledonia entirely and go towards Vanuatu more.
I'm trying to figure out if it's your stream that's lagging or if the satellite imagery is just really bad
Um, Stream shouldn't be
on
lagging.
Discord.
On Discord, I
It
don't
was
know why.
going, yeah, it was very bad frames.
Okay. But anyways, over to the next storm, we have Tammy. Tammy, I believe it's a Category 3 at this point. Dvorak estimates, or satellite estimates we use, showed it's a T5.5 or around 115 miles an hour. So I personally believe it's a major. Might have peaked briefly. But yeah. Heading out to sea. We're heading out to Bermuda, actually. If I pull up true color imagery, this will show where it's going exactly. So you can see sunrise has hit the area right over here. It is forecasted to turn this way and then potentially go down to Florida and the Bahamas. I don't know though. Oh look, we got a little cool low-level circulation here. You seeing this? Interesting. We got an
Huh.
upper level low right here. Pretty cool features you can look at. But also another thing though is to notice how much of the clouds that this storm is sucking up. You can see all the way down here. It's getting pulled up towards the storm, and same with all the way over here. It's getting pulled in. So it has a very, very broad circulation, massive one at that. Um, so you're able to see the low-level circulation here go towards the storm right here. But yeah,
That's pretty cool.
this shows it is very, very organized. It looks like this banding though is going to try and make it turn post-tropical likely. Yeah, it's going to have its little bit of it will be attached to a front pretty soon. It is going to undergo a post-tropical transition within the next 24 hours, which will be cool to watch. The sad thing though is that the eye is going to disappear, which was a very beautiful sight to see something like this develop an
Yeah.
eye.
Until next time.
All right. Well, our next storm, our final storm though, is Otis, which yeah, of course, made landfall as a Category 5, very historic storm. Storm surge is going to be a massive threat with this.
Very unexpected too.
Yeah, this is a very unexpected scenario. Down here, I'm gonna just plot down the where it's been going, in my opinion at least. One looks like it's been turning this way slightly. Yep. Overall to the
Yeah.
west northwest. And yes, the system is going to be heading over land and should die out pretty soon when it reaches like this area, I believe. Yeah, that's going to be mostly it. I am going to switch this likely to live coverage pretty soon. Alright, let me just get everything set up so I can actually make this live coverage. Alright. So let me see what else. I definitely want infrared imagery.
So with automate, does it like switch back and forth between different
No, different
what
tabs.
uh
Let me go back and delete some of these. Alright, I'm gonna pull up the cone from the National Hurricane Center though. Right here with this one. Alright, my bad. And then also maybe key messages and stuff like that I'm gonna add as well.
Yeah.
And there we go. I think I'm gonna switch it to automated right now. I have everything ready. Oh yeah, and I do need to add music. Well, actually, the music will go out soon, so I don't know. I'll try and add some music real quick. We'll go out. I'm gonna and go to sleep finally. 15 minutes of sleep.
That's
Oh
just
my bad. One.
horrible.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I
it was worth it.
mean,
I did not expect
I
it to be
mean, yeah,
this incredibly worth it. I mean, 800 subscribers is insane.
I
Alright,
mean,
hold on, let me get
congrats,
the,
man.
where is it? Stream music is what I play. Alright, we will see you all in the next stream. Don't know when that's going to be. Hopefully not anytime soon. I might come back to the stream
Yeah.
later in like 6 hours or whatever if it's still doing well. Otherwise, I'll probably just end it. Anyways, I'll see you all in the next stream whenever major threats or any threats is heading towards land. So I'll see you in the next video. Uh, Goodbye. Alright, let me change it to automated now.
No problem. Yeah.